Chapter 23:31. At this moment, Han Fei could faintly feel the authority of the strong. The real strong had nothing to fear, because the enemies he faced were not worthy of his fear. Just like now, although he had not reached the peak of the star transformation realm, in terms of peak combat power, he was confident that he could fight against an expert at the peak of the star transformation realm. The main reason was that he had the confidence. With a ridiculously powerful void-stealing technique, if it was just an expert at the peak of the star transformation realm who came to challenge him, he had a chance to defeat the opponent. Of course, Han Fei knew that there must be someone in this world who could crack the void-stealing technique. After all, the 9th level of void fishing was not a divine quality technique, but an ultra-quality, one among the Emperor techniques. No matter what level the void fishing technique was, it was a technique that could only be practiced by emperors. In theory, the void-stealing technique was also a technique that could only be mastered by emperors. If he mastered it in advance, it was equivalent to having the power of emperors in advance. 4 heaven opening stage experts. This was equivalent to a dimensionality reduction below most of the time. Therefore, Han Fei was not afraid of the life and death ring at all. Even if he had to face an expert at the level of Zhao Honghuang, Han Fei would not be afraid. This was his confidence. After a while, many people suddenly turned to look at the entrance of Dolong Street. A man with long hair draped over his shoulders was walking over. From the way he walked to the expression on his face, this person seemed to be a little feminine. In terms of charm, he occasionally showed some feminine characteristics. When Han Fei saw this person, he frowned slightly. He was too feminine, which gave people a very bad feeling. There were many emotions in people, but some instinctively made people feel a little scared and unhappy. Compared with pure evil, this kind of feminine and sinister feeling was particularly weird. Of course, Han Fei was not afraid. He wanted to see how the Heavenly Clan would make a move this time. After Yi Chen was captured by him last time, Han Fei thought that the Heavenly Clan would not dare to make a move at will, or they must have found a way to deal with him. However, Han Fei was confident that the Heavenly Clan did not know all his means, because he had not shown some of his power yet. What? The Heavenly Clan released this guy. Yi Qianqing? It's the monster, Yi Qianqing. Oh, finished. Han Fei is finished. Compared with this god of slaughter, Han Fei is nothing. My goodness, I haven't heard any news about Yi Qianqing for almost 1,000 years. It was said that he was suppressed by the Tian clan. Why would he appear in the god capital dynasty at this time? Hiss! Someone took a deep breath. Is this guy here for Han Fei? Oh, Yi Qianqing, long time no see. Kong Xian sat on his chair and took a sip of wine. When did you come to Xin Du Dynasty? Yi Qianqing's voice was just as feminine as his temperament. It's been 3 months. I heard that someone has appeared in the wilderness and is madly attacking the Celestials. TSK. What a pity. Why didn't you kill him? Isn't it good to kill those good-for-nothings? The corners of Yi Qianqing's mouth curled up as a faint red glow appeared in his eyes. Yi Qianqing looked at Han Fei and let out a shrill laugh. I really didn't expect you to be willing to take the life and death ring of the dragon. What a pity. I was still counting on you to help me kill more good-for-nothings of the Tian clan in the 10,000-year competition. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Han Fei curled his lips. Weird, you hate the Tian clan so much. Why did you come here to fight for them? Are you out of your mind? Immediately, the 2 sides of Fighting Dragon Street fell silent. Even these rich second generations were unwilling to pay attention to this lunatic Yi Qianqing. But Han Fei mocked him unscrupulously. Yi Qianqing licked his lips, his shoulders slightly shrugging. Interesting, as expected of the person who defeated Fighting Dragon Street. Don't worry when I take off your head and extract your soul, marrow, bloodline. Hee, I will definitely kill more Tian clan powerhouses for you. At this time, Feng Yu said, Yi Qianqing was already famous 10,000 years ago. This person is known for his viciousness and cruelty. He once entered the Divine Land's prodigy selection in Zhonghai. Because of his cruelty and bloodthirstiness, no one who fought with him survived. As a result, top prodigies fell one after another, so he was forced to withdraw from the competition and was sent back to the Divine Land of the East Sea. Han Fei responded, "It doesn't make sense." Feng Yu said, "It does, but I wasn't even born at that time. Why don't I fight this battle? It's just as well. Let me see just how strong these experts who have been famous for 10,000 years are." Han Fei said, "Don't. Leave this person to me. The Tian clan has caused me huge losses. If I let you do it for me, how can I vent my hatred?" Feng Yu was speechless. "You have hatred in your heart because you lost money." Feng Yu said, "When you reach the late stage of the star transformation stage, I won't stop you, but you haven't turned into a star yet." Han Fei said, "I turned into a star." Huh. Feng Yu's beautiful eyes lit up. Turned into a star? Wait, when did Han Fei turn into a star? Did he turn into a star so fast? Feng Yu said in surprise, "When did you turn into a star? You didn't turn into a star last time, right? How many times have you turned into a star?" Hearing Feng Yu's series of questions, Han Fei said perfunctorily, "You know I know the great path of time, right? So I can speed up time for myself. I told Feng Xingliu that I turned into a star because I didn't want to discourage him. But in fact, I turned into a star from 640,000 kilometers away." Han Fei thought about it and didn't tell her the fact that he turned into a star from 810,000 kilometers away, because it might discourage Feng Yu. Wow, Feng Yu took a deep breath. How many years has it been? It seems to be no more than 5 years. In less than 3 years, he turned into a star from no star. Feng Yu was dumbfounded. However, Feng Yu wasn't surprised that Han Fei turned into a star from 640,000 kilometers away. Her senior brother's eyes couldn't be wrong. If Han Fei turned into a star from 490,000 kilometers away, she would be surprised. After all, although turning into a star from 490,000 kilometers away was also a genius, there were still some such talents. Not many, but after a long time there would be a lot of them. But turning into a star from 640,000 kilometers away was relatively rare. Even after a long time, although the number was not only 1 or 2, it could be said to be extremely rare. Besides, not many of those who could turn into a star from 640,000 kilometers away were still in the sea realm, because the probability of turning into a star from 640,000 kilometers away was very high. After becoming an emperor, not many people were willing to stay in the sea realm. In order to continue to become stronger, many venerable emperors would go to the star ocean. The vast star ocean seemed endless, and even venerable emperors couldn't explore it completely. But Feng Yu was a little hesitant. After the surprise, she sighed slightly. "Should I tell little junior brother that I turned into a star from 810,000 kilometers away? What if I hurt little junior brother?" Han Fei and Feng Yu were both afraid of hurting each other, so they both concealed some truths. Feng Yu thought for a while. Since little junior brother dared to fight, he must have some confidence. So what if it was the life and death ring of the dragon? Even if little junior brother was really defeated, who would dare to stop him? At worst, when eldest senior brother took action and suppressed the divine capital, who would dare to touch Han Fei? Feng Yu nodded slightly. Han Fei tilted his head and said to Yi Qianqing, "Oh, you scared me. You even extracted my soul and sucked my marrow. Who the hell do you think you are? I can beat you until you kneel on the ground and call me daddy." Hiss! Countless people held their breath and gasped. Even Kong Xian twitched the corner of his mouth. "Fine. I don't care about this anymore. 2 lunatics, fight as you like." Yi Qianqing abruptly raised his eyes and glared at Han Fei. Then he grinned so widely that his grin almost reached his ears. Han Fei muttered, What AF asterisk king pervert? His mouth is so big like a clown. Yi Qianxing's slightly cold voice sounded. Very good. I will let you die in pain. Han Fei ignored him and looked at Kong Xian. Tell me, where is the life and death ring of the dragon? Ha! Kong Xian, together with the throne under his butt, disappeared from Fighting Dragon Street. When only Han Fei and the others were left on Fighting Dragon Street, someone shouted, Come to Fighting Dragon Street if you don't know anything. The life and death ring of the dragon is under your feet. At this time, Kong Xian's voice sounded from a tall building. Except for the contestants, everyone else leave immediately. The Fighting Dragon barrier is about to open. Ha ha ha. Today's life and death ring of the dragon is going to be interesting. Yi Qianxing, kill him. Tear this guy from the West Wilderness apart. Kill Han Fei, kill Han Fei, shouts rose and fell in succession on Dolong Street. Feng Yu grabbed Feng Xingliu, who was unable to move, and left Battle Dragon Street with Feng Yu. Feng Xingliu snorted reluctantly, but obviously, Han Fei's battle was more important. He quickly said, Han Fei will be fine, right? This guy is very strong. I can't beat him. Feng Yu sneered. Of course you can't beat him. Who can you beat? Ah, Feng Yu, don't go too far. I'm the most handsome guy on this street now. Feng Yu pouted. Look around. Where is the most handsome guy? Feng Xingliu looked around. Kill Han Fei. Chop him up. Ah, place your bets. It's time to bet. It's time to bet. At this time, Feng Xingliu was dumbfounded. These people are too much. Have they forgotten me so quickly? Chapter 2332. Ignoring the shouts of the crowd, Han Fei looked at Feng Yu and Feng Xingliu. He said to them via voice transmission, Let's start the bet. Xingliu, bet all the resources you have on you. Let's split them half and half. Feng Yu, do you have money? The corner of Feng Yu's mouth twitched, but she still turned and walked to the casino. Then Han Fei pointed at Yi Qianxing. Let's not talk about anything else. Take out your gambling money first. Let me know that you are not poor. Yi Qianxing wasn't angry. He licked the corner of his mouth, threw out a small world, and said, If you beat me, you won't care about these resources. I don't have any divine weapons, but I have enough resources. Ha ha ha. I heard that you have several ultra-quality divine weapons. I'll take them all. Han Fei curled his lips. You don't even have a divine weapon. Poor. Yi Qianxing's face darkened. It was not that he didn't have any, but that he didn't need them. He was on the edge and didn't want to use divine weapons to elevate himself. When only Han Fei and Yi Qianxing were left on the Fighting Dragon Street, from one end to the other, wherever there were patterns on the ground, a pale golden light burst out. In the sky, a pale golden phantom, exactly the same length and width as the Fighting Dragon Street, appeared. The golden light trembled for a moment, then gradually faded, and finally disappeared, turning transparent. But in fact, if someone appeared on the edge of the Fighting Dragon Street at this time, they would find that they had been blocked by an invisible barrier. Yi Qianxing lowered his hands and said in a cold voice, The Fighting Dragon barrier is strengthened by the venerable emperor. The barrier won't open until you're dead. TSK, are you afraid? Han Fei chuckled. Afraid? A sissy like you? F***CK, the more advantageous Han Fei's counterattack was. The more excited the spectators were, because they all knew that Han Fei would be beaten like a storm by Yi Qianxing. Feng Xingliu said, Han Fei is invincible with his provoked skill. Feng Qianxing asked, Sister, can brother Han Fei win? This person seems very strong. Feng Yu nodded. Peak star transformation. Huh. Feng Xingliu's eyes widened. Peak star transformation? You still want him to fight? Although Feng Xingliu and Han Fei had fought against Yi Qin, who was at the peak of the star transformation realm, Han Fei fought the opponent alone. However, That did not mean that every celestial transformation realm cultivator was easy to deal with. For a moment, Feng Xingliu's breath quickened, thinking that Han Fei was really a lunatic. When he thought about it this way, he felt that he wasn't crazy to fight his way through Dolong Street. At this moment, Yi Qianqing stood on the street, and Han Fei stood at the end. The two of them were nearly 80,000 li apart. However, there were very few people who could watch the battle. Most of them could only wait for the result. Amidst their frenzied roars, all of a sudden, the two people on Dolong Street disappeared. Dong, dong, dong. In the next moment, 3 powerful explosions erupted in the middle of Dolong Street. Waves of light and ripples of energy crashed into the battle dragon barrier one after another. At this moment, on both sides of the battle dragon street, not many people, even those at the heaven opening stage, could see their movements clearly. Bang! At the end of the fighting dragon street, Han Fei slammed into the fighting dragon barrier, causing ripples on the invisible barrier. What happened? What just happened? So fast! It's faster than 5 times the speed of light. F*CK. Do you need the strength of the heaven opening stage to watch the life and death game now? No, I have to ask my family for resources to improve my strength. Some of them were able to clearly see what had happened in that instant. Han Fei instantly burst out with 6 times the speed of light, but Yi Qianqing at that moment burst out with 10 times the speed of light. This was the fastest one Han Fei had met so far. No one could beat him. In fact, at that moment, Han Fei was hit by Yi Qianli 13 times in a row, but Han Fei couldn't touch Yi Qianqing at all. Because the attacks were too fast, there seemed to be only 2 or 3 waves of shock ripples. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qianqing was still standing in place, but Han Fei had already hit the fighting dragon barrier at the end of Dolong Street. If it weren't for Han Fei's change of position, many people would have moved. However, this was just a test. No one would take this seriously. Han Fei just grinned, and then the two of them disappeared again. Yi Qianqing could burst out with 10 times the speed of light, which was certainly powerful, but Yi Qianqing must have known that Han Fei had the means to steal his speed and even his consciousness. So, why did he show such a fast speed in front of Han Fei? He knew that it was impossible to crush Han Fei with speed. Therefore, in the second confrontation, at the moment when Han Fei was attacked by Yi Qianqing, Han Fei thought of something. Yi Qianqing's body paused and Han Fei punched back. The invincible fist mark hit Yi Qianqing's head. BM, the people outside could only see Yi Qianqing's figure suddenly appear, but the next moment his body exploded into powder. F*CK. What happened? So fast. I can't see any trace of his attack at all. Countless people looked horrified because this time it was Yi Qianqing who exploded. Han Fei, on the other hand, sensed a wonderful Tao. It was a very strange kind of Tao. It was like the Tao of doppelgangers, but it was clearly not the Tao of doppelgangers. But he could only feel a little bit of this Tao, so he couldn't understand what Tao it was. But he knew Yi Qianqing's Tao of speed. This Tao was invincible, which ignored space. It was a method of teleportation realized by the combination of spiritual will and space. At this moment, Han Fei stood at the end of the fighting dragon street, and Yi Qianqing's voice sounded at the end of the street. Well, as they said, you took away my power. This should be a kind of divine technique, right? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. Because the power he stole was real, the person he just blew up should be real too. But Han Fei immediately noticed that something was wrong. If that person just now was real, how could he have blown up with one punch? He had fought with peak star transformation cultivators before, not to mention peak star transformation cultivators. Even the late stage star transformation cultivators couldn't be blown up with one punch. If he could erupt with all his strength, he might be able to do it, but the power that his current body could bear was absolutely impossible. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that the person just now was fake. The power he got was real, but the person was fake. A fake person could erupt with the combat power of a real person, but it was not a clone. Was this a divine technique or some kind of Tao? Han Fei was not sure, but he still wanted to try again. This time, standing at the end of the Fighting Dragon Street, Han Fei just tilted his neck slightly and deprived the consciousness of the I Ching at the end of the street, making him fall into a deep sleep. Han Fei stepped in front of I Ching without hesitation, but he didn't think this person was I Ching. Han Fei didn't hesitate to steal power from this person for the third time, stealing this person's Tao. This time, Han Fei only managed to steal a tiny bit of the power of heavenly Tao. Although he knew that this person was fake, he wanted to see if he could steal the Tao from this person. In the end, he did steal, but it was too little, insignificant, not even enough for him to understand. It was a very strange feeling, as if he had only stolen a hair from a cow. He couldn't see through this hair that this was a cow. So Han Fei still couldn't understand what this person's Tao was. Outside the Fighting Dragon Street, many people were surprised. Wait, what is I Ching doing? Attack! What the F***CK is he doing? Is he under Han Fei's illusion? Suddenly, Han Fei reached out and inserted his hand into I Ching's body. He felt that the other party's physique was not even at the early stage of the heaven-opening realm. When he inserted his hand into I Ching's body, it was as easy as poking through a layer of paper. Rip! Under Han Fei's stirring power, this body was obliterated. At this time, I Ching appeared at the end of the Fighting Dragon Street. Are you looking for me? The others were a little confused, wondering what the two of them were doing. They kept changing their positions from the end of the street to the end, from the end to the end, and from the end to the end. They kept changing their positions, but the two of them didn't attack. What the hell? Han Fei looked back with a smile. Interesting. He calculated in his heart. This was a bit like the molting of the ghost blade. He used this layer of skin to block Han Fei's void theft. But Han Fei wasn't sure yet, so he needed to experiment again. Han Fei attacked again. This time, because he didn't steal I Ching's power directly, Han Fei and I Ching had a close combat. Fist against palm, the two of them hit each other fiercely, and cracks appeared on the ground. At that moment, Han Fei felt a purple light from I Ching's palm enter his body. It was a strange poison. In Han Fei's chest, the god thought bead flashed, and the poison was basically purified in an instant. There might be some left, but Han Fei wasn't a noob. His poison resistance was also terrifying. Therefore, Han Fei didn't care about I Ching's dirty tricks at all. At that moment, he gave up on the power he had stolen. He stole I Ching's great path again. However, the moment he thought of stealing, the great path of time burst out around him. Time was reversed here, and Han Fei stole again. At that moment, Han Fei clearly felt something strange. The great path of time was offset by a kind of speed resistance. Therefore, although Han Fei stole more power of the great path the second time, it was still not enough. If he had only stolen a hair before, he had only stolen a handful of hair now. However, at this moment, Han Fei realized that he had caught a handful of hair, which meant that it wasn't that he couldn't steal I Ching's great path, but that he didn't have enough time to steal it. Therefore, after stealing for the second time, Han Fei immediately cast the great path of time on himself. The next moment, his speed reached 8 times the speed of light. I Ching, who was already affected by the great path of time, couldn't run 10 times the speed of light anymore, so Han Fei stole for the third time. However, when Han Fei stole for the third time, I Ching suddenly emitted thousands of streams of light. Han Fei had probably stolen another handful of great path. When the two of them appeared again, the thousands of streams of light gathered and reformed into I Ching's appearance. He smiled. Interesting. You're obsessed with stealing my great path. Chapter 2333. On both sides of Fighting Dragon Street, many people were dumbfounded. At first, they shouted, But then they found that they couldn't watch a battle of this level at all, so they stopped shouting. Their perception swept back and forth on Fighting Dragon Street, just to find where Han Fei and Yi Qianqing were. Yes, most people were caught up in the strange thing of looking for them. However, some people looked at the field in a different way. Feng Xingliu could see the battle between Han Fei and Yi Qianqing. He saw the great path of time and the occasional confrontation. It was more like Han Fei was chasing, and Yi Qianqing somehow exploded into countless streams of light. Perhaps because he didn't understand Han Fei's great path and great technique, he was dumbfounded. Most people who could see the battle between the two felt the same way as Feng Xingliu. Only the dozen late-stage and peak star transformation cultivators, as well as Kong Xian, Feng Yu, and the others, were deep in thought. The battle pattern of these two was very strange. Both of them were testing each other, and they were still testing each other after several rounds. Yi Qianqing seemed to be evading something, and Han Fei didn't seem to want him to evade. He even used the great path of time to reverse time. Although they didn't know what kind of battle these two had at that moment, they knew that these two must have had a very terrifying battle, but others couldn't see it. And Feng Yu was deep in thought. She seemed to have heard something like this from Senior's sister, Red Lotus, once. That was the world of Red Lotus and the world of Green Lotus having fun. Senior sister Red Lotus said, "I steal your great path." Senior sister Green Lotus said, "I steal your chaotic spiritual treasure." Senior sister Red Lotus said, "I steal your thoughts." World of Green Lotus said, "I steal your thoughts." Anyway, Feng Yu felt very strange at that time. It felt like a child playing house. Then he asked Senior sister Green Lotus and Senior sister Red Lotus. Then Senior sister Red Lotus said, "This is a great technique deduced by the former masters of the Void Temple. Unfortunately, those seniors died before it was truly completed." For some reason, Feng Yu thought of the scene when she saw the battle between Han Fei and Yi Qianqing. Han Fei didn't do much, but Yi Qianqing defended himself to the death. Feng Yu thought to herself, "I have to ask little junior brother later. If this is really the unfinished great technique that Senior Sister Red Lotus mentioned, I might be able to learn it." In the field, in this confrontation, Han Fei and Yi Qianqing didn't seem to fight, but they both used a lot of means. Although Han Fei couldn't take down Yi Qianqing, he still had a part of him in his hands. He didn't intend to give up the path he had just snatched. With a thought, he activated the Void Descent technique, and a clone descended on the quasi-natal star. Buzz! With the appearance of the Green Jade Bridge, Han Fei planned to create something out of nothing and see if he could comprehend more of this Tao. And Han Fei's real body really rushed out this time. With the addition of the heavenly energy, the god beads, the god murdering gloves, and the circulation of the great Tao, Han Fei's qi and blood suddenly soared into the sky. He put his hands together, and the immortal evil qi burst out. 1, 2, 3, 36 baleful immortals charged forward. They would not stop until they caught up to Yi Qianqing's people. However, considering Yi Qianqing's art of molting, Han Fei knew that the immortal, baleful immortal would not work. At most, it would kill 36 dummies. All he had to do was stall for time. However, from the outside, it looked much more intense than just now. The immortal evil qi was not a minor technique. It was Han Fei's previous major killing technique. Even now, it was not something that could be easily broken by anyone. Han Fei stood where he was, without moving after the immortal evil qi was shot out, which was a bit puzzling to the onlookers. However, when they heard the continuous sounds of explosions in the void and the entire fighting dragon barrier being blasted, the audience became very excited. Han Fei's heart sank. It was too fast. Yi Qianqing broke the immortal evil qi too fast. "Hey, is that all you've got?" At that moment, Yi Qianqing appeared next to Han Fei at 10 times the speed of light, with 2 black bone blades in his hands. Han Fei failed to dodge, mainly because he was not fast enough. Faced with 10 times the speed of light, even if he accelerated time, he still could not reach Yi Qianqing. Clink, clink, huh? Suddenly, Yi Qianqing's cunning and evil expression disappeared, because he found that his dark bone spikes could not penetrate Han Fei's skin. How was that possible? He was at the peak of the star transformation realm. In terms of physique and strength, he could not be weaker than Han Fei. Even though he had fought with Han Fei and knew that Han Fei's physique and strength were very strong. So what? He was at the peak of the star transformation realm. From the star transformation realm to the peak. This road was the real rise of the heaven-opening realm. Han Fei had not left yet, but he had already left. There was no reason that he could not penetrate Han Fei. The road to invincibility? At that moment, Han Fei's body burst out with dazzling golden light. The infinity water was penetrated by the 2 black spikes, and even the invincible golden body was almost penetrated. At this moment, there was an obvious strange poison spreading in his chest. However, the God's Thought bead, an ultra-quality assistive divine artifact, finally showed its brilliance at this moment. A ripple of light spread from Han Fei's body, and the spreading dark green poison was directly purified. Suddenly, Yi Qianqing's figure disappeared. He had retreated because he felt a trace of threat just now. What a fast reaction. Han Fei's heart thumped. Just now, he released the phantom in a straight line. Although he could not control Yi Qianqing with the void lines now, he could still scare him. However, this kind of scaring might work once, but it might not work twice. On the natal star, the projection was walking on the Jasper Stone Bridge. Han Fei did not want to use the Jasper Stone Bridge to directly walk on Yi Qianqing's great path, because he knew that even if his real body walked on Yi Qianqing's great path, he would be much weaker than Yi Qianqing. Therefore, his purpose was to know what this great path was. However, after a short confrontation with Han Fei, Yi Qianqing seemed to be sure that Han Fei could not do anything to him. So he was a little unscrupulous. He did not intend to give Han Fei a chance to react. He wanted to defeat him quickly. Yi Qianqing, who had just retreated, attacked again. Those who walk the road to invincibility will die a horrible death. But wouldn't it be better if I kill him, haha? Yi Qianqing appeared again. Han Fei knew that the fist mark was ineffective, so he was ready to draw his knife. But suddenly, Han Fei felt something was wrong. At that moment, it was not Yi Qianqing's real body, but a soul. Yang soul. Someone exclaimed, "The Yang soul has left the body. This is the road to the Ghost Strait." Someone laughed and said, Han Fei is doomed. Even if he has turned into a star, how can he resist the Yang soul technique? Ghost Eye, infinite blood prison. At that moment, the fighting Dragon Street turned into a pool of blood. In the pool of blood, thick blood and decaying creatures enveloped Han Fei. This was not an illusion, but soul poison, a poison that the other party had given his soul. Perhaps Yi Qianqing saw that ordinary physical poisons did not work on Han Fei, so he poisoned Han Fei's soul. Ha ha ha! Let's go, Ghost King Dharma body. Clatter! Blood rose from the pool of blood, and a ferocious blood man rose from the ground, more than 300 meters tall. Gulp! Ah! Kong Xian drank up the wine in his cup and said lightly, "Even if Han Fei is a peerless heavenly talent, his physical body and combat techniques are not inferior to those at the peak of the star transformation realm. But his soul is always his weakness. The Ghost King Dharma body can only be cultivated with extremely powerful soul power. This Dharma body is mainly used to attack and corrode the soul. I'm afraid Han Fei can't do it. Wu, why are you here?" A long dress appeared next to Kong Xian. It was Princess Lanqin who came with Feng Yu. She said lightly, "Feng Yu asked me about Han Fei, and I can feel that the relationship between the two is not shallow. If Han Fei dies, I'm afraid you will also be hated by her. Once Feng Yu proves her Tao, you have to be careful." Kong Xian smiled. So what? When she proves her Tao on the divine list, I may be afraid of her. Number 1 on the heaven list. Huh. However, the next moment, the corners of Kong Xian's mouth stiffened, and he couldn't help but sit up straight. Han Fei's body stood on the spot, and his soul also left his body. Is he crazy? This was the common feeling of everyone who saw the scene. Can your soul compare to Yi Qianqing's yang soul? However, the next moment, Han Fei's yang soul formed a fist seal and punched the blood pool. Bam! Under everyone's horrified gazes, the blood pool collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, someone exclaimed, Yang soul, this guy has also cultivated a yang soul. Impossible! How can the yang soul be used directly through the yang soul itself like a physical body? Everyone felt it was absurd. Even if Han Fei hid his strength and had actually cultivated a yang soul, he still had to use the divine soul technique, right? How could he directly punch the ground like this? The point was that with one punch, the blood pool was gone. What was called Dharma body double kill. Today, Han Fei was going to let Yi Qianqing and these ignorant, foppish playboys see. Chapter 2334. Han Fei didn't care if some of his trump cards were exposed. Whether they were exposed or not, it wouldn't be easy for him to leave the divine capital dynasty after the competition. It would be better to take advantage of this opportunity to quickly get some resources for himself. Han Fei felt that if he hadn't worked so hard to get resources, he wouldn't have been able to turn into a star so smoothly. Han Fei also thought that if he killed Yi Qianqing, he might be able to take out his star core and stuff it into his natal star. Then he might be able to save the energy to create the earth veins. Maybe he could condense his own star core quickly. Han Fei's yang spirit appeared, reached out to the void, and the Tao patterns of heaven and earth condensed, and 2 God-sealing spears burst out. Someone exclaimed, What? He grabbed the Tao patterns of heaven and earth? How did he do that? Someone said, This guy must have hidden his strength. How could he fight a peak star transformation realm cultivator without turning into a star? I didn't believe it at the time. Yes. Now it seems that Han Fei must have turned into a star long ago, at least in the late stage or even the late stage. Feng Yu was the most surprised. Feng Xingliu had long been used to Han Fei's strength. From the first time Han Fei met him, Han Fei had shown his strength. Later, Han Fei unleashed more and more weird techniques, and now he was no longer surprised. Of course, he was still a little surprised. When did Han Fei become a yang spirit? He didn't know if Yi Qianqing could molt in the yang spirit state, so Han Fei shot 2 God-sealing spears just to test him. Yi Qianqing raised his hand in the Ghost King Dharma body, and a wave of blood qi engraved with blood-colored Tao patterns swept over the God-sealing spear. Puff! Puff! The wave was shattered, but only a small part of the God-sealing spear's power was damaged. Huh! Yi Qianqing was a little surprised. What kind of great technique was this? The moment it touched the wave, it almost sealed the blood-colored wave. Bam! Bam! After 3 consecutive waves, Han Fei's God-sealing spear was extinguished by the blood-colored wave. Yi Qianqing let out a weird and crazy laugh. Interesting. I didn't believe that you could fight a peak star transformation realm cultivator. Now it seems that you do have some skills. My Ghost King needs your fiery qi and blood. Ghost Parade. The Ghost King Dharma body's feet flickered with a Tao pattern array, and figures that looked like ferocious monsters appeared. There were meatballs covered with tentacles, bloody shadows that were so ferocious that they looked like broken corpses, and disgusting monsters with sharp fangs that did not seem like living creatures. Han Fei could sense that the ghosts were all soul poisons. This is the Dharmakaya that you are so proud of? Han Fei grinned hideously, and his Dharma idol burst out. Resplendent golden light enveloped Dolong Street, and a 3-kilometer-tall Dharma idol appeared. It covered Yi Qianqing's thick blood and qi with a faint layer of gold. Han Fei's heart stirred, and he grabbed the holy divine light. He wanted to use the divine light to purify the Ghost King Dharma body and the great poison of the 100 Ghosts Parade. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt inexplicably agitated and excited. The additional 40% increase in power from the Dharma idol further improved Han Fei's strength. Han Fei's huge palm actually grabbed the 100 ghost poison, and under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he grabbed 2 ghost poisons and brought them to his mouth. Chomp! Han Fei's Dharma idol chewed up the ghost poisons like a crispy crab pincer. Ah, even Kong Xian got to his feet. How was it possible? Someone exclaimed, "That's impossible!" The Ghost King Dharma body ranks 66th on the Sea Realm's Dharma idol list. It was eaten? Someone was appalled. Even if Han Fei has the Dharma idol, so what? How can the Dharma idol born from the fusion of ordinary Dharma bodies compare to the Ghost King Dharma body? Someone was surprised. Han Fei's former Dharma body is definitely not simple. It must be the strongest Dharma body of the savage ancient clans. Otherwise, it's hard to explain. Someone sneered. Does the savage ancient clans have a super Dharma body that surpasses the Ghost King Dharma body? Someone said, not necessarily. Those people in the Western wilderness basically survived from the Age of Gods. God knows what other mysterious Dharma bodies have been passed down. Even Yi Qianxing was horrified at this moment. If Han Fei was only comparable to the Ghost King Dharma body, he wouldn't say anything. He would only think that Han Fei might be a heavenly talent on his level. However, Han Fei took the initiative to eat his 100 Ghosts Parade, which was a bit unbelievable. The 100 Ghosts Parade was the most poisonous of all soul poisons. Was it really okay to eat it like this? As it turned out, Han Fei could eat more than Yi Qianxing thought. The absolute suppression from the Dharma idol and the 100 Ghosts Parade. Han Fei picked them up one by one and stuffed them into his mouth. In the eyes of others, it was more disgusting. The 100 Ghosts Parade looked ferocious, like aliens. Han Fei kept calling them aliens, which made people feel creeped out, thinking that Han Fei was the alien. The Ghost King Dharma body wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. The Ghost King put his hands together, and a sea of blood appeared behind him. The waves of the sea of blood occupied half of the Fighting Dragon Street before they surged towards Han Fei. After eating a group of ghosts, Han Fei's desire grew stronger. He wanted to swallow the Ghost King Dharma body. However, the waves of the sea of blood did make him feel pressure. Maybe he was not the strongest now and couldn't defeat so many Dharma bodies. So, Han Fei raised his hands and infinity water appeared. In theory, an ultra-quality sea, quelling bizarre treasure was no longer useful at this time. However, the infinity water also turned into a wave of blades, occupying the other half of the street. This was not enough. Han Fei activated the apocalyptic divine technique with infinity water. In an instant, the half of the Fighting Dragon Street where Han Fei was covered in divine brilliance. The scene was ridiculously powerful. Half of the Fighting Dragon Street was blood red, and the other half was golden, emitting a faint holy brilliance. When the two sides clashed at first, Han Fei was slightly suppressed, but as the brilliance burst out and the waves of blades attacked one after another, gradually, the blood-red waves were suppressed. Only Feng Xingliu shouted, "Han Fei, come on! Kill him! Hammer him! Purify him!" Feng Xingliu had experienced the apocalyptic divine technique more than once, so he knew what power Han Fei was using. In his eyes, it was obvious that Han Fei was righteous because he could burst out the power of purification. On the contrary, Yi Qianxing was evil, very evil. Feng Yu glanced at Feng Xingliu strangely and couldn't help but gasp. Her junior brother suddenly became so strong. How long had he been a star? For 100 years? In just over 400 years, he had already become so strong. Feng Yu calculated how long it took her to reach the peak of the apocalyptic divine technique. It seemed it took her 900 years. She was at the peak of the sea expansion stage when she was 900 years old, and she stepped into the sky opening stage in less than 1,000 years. It took her a full 900 years to reach the peak of the apocalyptic divine technique. Feng Yu felt that she was already amazing. In the entire Phoenix clan, she was the only one who could do this. However, today she felt the pressure. Han Fei had become so strong in just 400 years. If he was given another 400 years, he might be able to reach the Tao-proving realm. Of course, although she was amazed, Feng Yu also knew that Han Fei was not just using his own power now. He should have borrowed a lot of power. Otherwise, she really couldn't understand why Han Fei, who had just reached the apocalyptic divine technique, could be so strong. The holy sea of blades finally crushed the blood-red waves, revealing the Ghost King Dharma body. When Yi Qianqing saw that he had lost in both the Sun God and the Dharma body, he naturally wanted to take back the Ghost King Dharma body. However, when he wanted to take back the Dharma body, he felt that the Ghost King Dharma body was out of control. He could feel that the Ghost King Dharma body and Han Fei's Dharma form seemed to have a life and death feud. He really wanted to destroy the other party. Little did he know that Han Fei was thinking the same thing now. And Han Fei's idea was even more straightforward, which was to eat it. As for the Dharma form eating the Dharma body, Han Fei felt that this was just a kind of absorption of power. Since he swallowed He Sha's Rakshasa divine body in the Singing Sea last time, the additional power that the Dharma body could exert had reached 40%. Han Fei couldn't help thinking that if he swallowed this Ghost King Dharma body, maybe his Dharma form's power could be increased by 50%. Roar! Since Yi Qianqing couldn't retreat, he could only return his sun god to his body. He wanted to save his Ghost King Dharma body by piercing through Han Fei's body. However, the moment Yi Qianqing's sun god disappeared, Han Fei showed a playful smile. Han Fei put on a playful smile. You can molt infinitely, but I also have my Gemini divine technique. Swish! Han Fei and Yi Qianqing returned to their bodies almost at the same time. However, Han Fei only returned half of his body, which didn't affect his Dharma form's attack. Swish! Yi Qianqing's body broke through the void and charged at Han Fei. But he was shocked to find that Han Fei had also woken up and sneered. When he looked back, he saw that Han Fei's Dharma form had pierced through the blood sea and stabbed into the Ghost King Dharma body. Rip! Squeak! The Ghost King Dharma body was torn to pieces and sent to Han Fei's Dharma form's mouth. A large amount of the Dharma body's original power was swallowed by Han Fei. Pooh! Yi Qianqing instantly bled from his 7 orifices. He was horrified. The Ghost King Dharma body had been destroyed. All the spectators on both sides of Fighting Dragon Street were horrified by this scene. At that moment, they wondered which of the two, Han Fei or Yi Qianqing, was the lunatic. No, to be precise, they were both lunatics, but Han Fei was even crazier than Yi Qianqing. Roar! Han Fei and the Dharma form roared at the same time, their voices crazy. What bullsh! *T Heavenly Clan. None of them can fight. Chapter 2335. Under Han Fei's roar, his body and Yang spirit stopped at the same time. But this didn't mean that Han Fei could win, because even without the Ghost King's Dharma, Yi Qianqing still had super strong combat power. His speed, strength, physique, and soul were no weaker than Han Fei's. But the reason why Han Fei shouted that no one in the Heavenly Clan could fight was that the projection had walked through the Jade Stone Bridge. As Han Fei expected, he could indeed walk on Yi Qianqing's Great Path. Although the Great Path he walked on was very shallow, at least he understood what kind of great path it was. When the projection returned and merged into his body, the corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Han Fei didn't know if there was such an absolutely invincible great path in this world. Even the void-stealing technique couldn't do anything to him. Han Fei thought that this great technique must be beyond his understanding, even an emperor-level super technique. But now it seemed that he was overthinking. Han Fei suddenly smiled and said, "I heard that you are very good at killing." When the corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up, for some reason, Yi Qianqing had an ominous premonition. Han Fei's smile slowly widened as he watched Yi Qianqing charge at a speed that was too fast for him to resist. It seemed that Yi Qianqing was mocking him for not being able to keep up with him. Han Fei grinned and said in a silent voice, "In this world, the soul is forbidden to leave the body." Yi Qianqing was already in front of him, but the next second he found that his speed was gone. Originally, this was not surprising, because he knew that Han Fei could steal his power. If his speed was gone, he could just shed this layer of skin. But at that moment, Yi Qianqing was horrified. His great path was not working, and he couldn't shed his skin. Bam! Because of the sudden disappearance of speed, Yi Qianqing directly hit the ground, ran all the way from the middle of Fighting Dragon Street, and hit the Fighting Dragon boundary at the end of Fighting Dragon Street. And Han Fei stood at the end of the Fighting Dragon boundary, not moving at all. At that moment, Han Fei's voice sounded in Yi Qianqing's mind, "Haha, you are bloodthirsty. In fact, it's not that you are really bloodthirsty, but that you have to kill. Every time you kill a person, you can seize their remnant soul and assimilate it into your great Tao. During battle, you can use it as a fake body and switch freely, so I can't catch you at all, right? Buzz." At that moment, Yi Qianqing was horrified. How could he steal his Tao? Absolutely impossible. He had countless layers of skin. So how could he steal his own Tao? Han Fei said with a smile, "This is really a very powerful Tao. What I'm curious about is, how many layers of skin can you gain from killing a strong master? To be precise, how many death substitution souls can you refine for yourself? You don't have to tell me. I'll try it myself in the future, Yi Qianqing was just about to speak when his consciousness suddenly became a little muddled and confused, as if he had forgotten that he was in the middle of a battle. Yi Qianqing, who had lost the ability to molt, eventually became like an ordinary celestial transformation grand circle cultivator, no longer possessing the ability to be almost unkillable. But Han Fei was different. His hands were burning with immortal spiritual energy. Step by step, he walked unhurriedly to Yi Qianqing, who was temporarily trapped in the chaos. Bang! With a punch, Yi Qianqing was sent flying and slammed into the Fighting Dragon barrier. Then, in an instant, thousands of fist auras hammered Yi Qianqing's body madly. Dong, dong, dong. Han Fei could tell what it meant to be smashed, what it meant to have one's soul shattered, and what it meant to be crushed in all directions. At this moment, the nouveau riches and heavenly talents on both sides of the Fighting Dragon Street were all horrified. The heavenly race cultivators who were waiting to watch the show all widened their eyes in disbelief. They only saw that Yi Qianqing seemed to have lost all his strength and fell into a daze. Then Han Fei went up and bombarded Yi Qianqing's divine soul with his fist auras. Bang, 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 dong, dong, dong. Han Fei's invincible fist seal lasted for more than 30 seconds. At this time, Yi Qianqing had been beaten into a pulp. Why didn't he completely turn into powder? That was because Han Fei's fist seal still contained the healing divine light. He didn't want Yi Qianqing to die so easily. He wanted the heavenly race to see what would happen to those who offended him, Han Fei. The dispersing divine soul was caught by Han Fei, and the scattered flesh and blood were gathered by Han Fei. In the eyes of the onlookers, this was simply abnormal. Han Fei didn't want Yi Qianqing to die at all. He was King, torturing him to death. At this moment, many nouveau riches were a little frightened. He won? Although I don't know how he won, it's clear that he won. Yi Qianqing had actually been defeated? What kind of monster is this? He's too crazy. From the moment he ate the Ghost King's Dharma body, I knew this person was too terrifying. This time, this person is completely against the heavenly race. What do you mean by completely against them? The heavenly race has been losing from the beginning to the end. The heavenly race should be glad that they didn't run into Han Fei in this 10,000-year competition. Otherwise, on the tall building, Kong Xian's pupils constricted. Behind him, the two late-stage star transformation cultivators tensed up. He was too strong. Yi Qianqing, that madman, had actually been killed. What did this mean? It meant that the two late-stage star transformation cultivators might not be Han Fei's match at all in a real life-and-death battle. All the major casinos on Dolong Street were in an uproar. The odds were too high for Han Fei to lose. 10 times the odds. Many people had thrown their resources into the game, but now they had lost everything. Many nouveau riches threw the tickets in their hands crazily and cursed. What Yi Qianqing? He's F** king trash. He made me lose half of my assets. Bah! Kill him. Kill Yi Qianqing, that son of a B***. I'm done. Give me back my resources. At this time, the biggest winner was none other than the casinos. Oh, and Feng Xingliu and Feng Yu. Feng Xing, Lu cried out in shock as he held the ticket that he had bet on. It was 420,000 miles worth of resources, which was all he had. At this moment, he was dumbfounded and couldn't help but say, "Am I rich? Am I rich? I'm rich." Feng Qingqing said, "Don't be too happy. There's a tax, 10% tax. Also, you bet too little." At this time, Feng Yu said leisurely, "It's a pity that I only brought 500,000 kilometers of resources with me this time. I didn't expect this to happen. What a pity." Feng Xingliu didn't care but said regretfully, "If I hadn't exchanged my qualification token for resources with Han Fei, I would have bet until this Dolong Street casino went bankrupt." Feng Yu laughed. Rumble in the arena. Han Fei held a mass of soul in one hand. That was the only remnant soul left of Yi Qianqing. Han Fei was a young god and could kill both his body and dharma. Yi Qianqing had suffered countless punches from Han Fei, and his soul had long been broken. If that was all, it would be fine, but in the case of a broken soul, he could only see the divine path. In the end, the last mass of soul was crushed by Han Fei. However, Yi Qianqing didn't know, nor did the spectators, that at the last moment, Han Fei stole Yi Qianqing's great path again. The last time he stole it, Han Fei only understood his great path. But after all, he understood it by creating something out of nothing, and he was only a little bit closer to it. But now, the stolen great path only needed to last for a moment, and he could deduce it again with the green jade stone bridge. By creating something out of nothing again, he could really embark on this path. Above the sky, the great path collapsed. At that moment, countless overlords in the divine capital dynasty were shocked, because they could tell at a glance that this was the death of a peak star transformation cultivator. As long as he was not an ancient cultivator who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, it meant that he had a good chance of reaching the great perfection of the star transformation realm. Many perceptions swept over, and no one knew what those people were thinking behind these perceptions. Even at the top of the divine capital dynasty in the royal family, there were emperor-level overlords whose perceptions sank into the Dolong Street. And there was more than one. Han Fei didn't guard against these emperor-level perceptions. In any case, this trip was worth it. If nothing unexpected happened, Feng Xingliu should have made a lot of money, which would be enough to make up for all the resources he lost. Besides, Yi Qianqing was playing the life and death battle dragon ring with him, and he still had a lot of resources on his side. At this moment, Han Fei looked at Kong Xian, and then at the peak star transformation cultivator who was helping him and Yi Qianqing collect resources. At this moment, the winner had been decided, so these two naturally had to give all the resources to Han Fei. When the two small worlds were both absorbed into the source sea, Han Fei looked at Kong Xian with a smile. "Me. Thank you for the Dolong Street. If anyone from the heavenly clan comes, call me." Kong Xian didn't speak, but his eyes narrowed even more. After killing Yi Qianqing, Kong Xian's impression of Han Fei's strength rose by several levels. Kong Xian threw the old servant behind him and said, "Go and find out all the information about this person. I want to know when he turned into a star. What other achievements did he have before this?" "Yes, Your Highness." At this moment, the Dolong boundary had been unsealed. Han Fei gave Feng Yu a look. "I want to go into seclusion immediately." Chapter 2336. In order to show off, Han Fei didn't go with Feng Xingliu and the others, but left the Fighting Dragon Street first. This brave operation ended with a small loss in the beginning and a big gain in the end. He killed a peak star condensation cultivator of the Heavenly Clan. When Han Fei arrived at his number 306 yard, he was not afraid of being spied on because of the seal. As soon as he returned to his residence, Han Fei didn't stop at all and immediately entered his natal star. As soon as Han Fei entered the natal star, the Jade Bridge appeared, and Han Fei stepped onto it. Although Yi Qianqing had fallen, the great path that he stole wouldn't last long. Yi Qianqing's great path was almost invincible among all the great paths that Han Fei had seen. If he didn't have the void-stealing technique, if he had the Jade Bridge, he wouldn't have been able to kill this person at all. Before, he only understood Yi Qianqing's great path with a little bit of Yi Qianqing's great path, but he didn't really walk on it. Therefore, he couldn't wait to come back, naturally to copy this great path. If he didn't copy this kind of powerful great path, it would be a waste of the Jade Bridge's existence. On the other side, above a certain floating giant city in the divine East Ocean, in the void gap where the Heavenly Clan really lived, crack! A jade slip of the Heavenly Talent Hall was broken. The powerhouse in charge of guarding this place noticed it immediately, but he didn't care much at first. Although it was a big deal for a Heavenly Talent jade slip to break, it was okay to break one occasionally. After all, the path of cultivation was like this. No one could live to see tomorrow. However, when his perception swept over, his whole body suddenly stiffened, and his body trembled. It's over, it's over. What's over? The guard captain noticed the movement and cast an inquisitive look. However, before the man answered, the guard captain's perception had already swept over. The next moment, the guard captain trembled as if he had seen a ghost, and a thought popped up in his mind. It's over. After a moment, BM in the old residence of the Heavenly Clan, in a continuous mountain range, suddenly hundreds of mountains collapsed, and the sky was filled with killing intent. Han Fei, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Han Fei didn't know what happened to the Heavenly Clan. All he knew was that Yi Qianqing's path was extremely difficult to walk. It was not because it was difficult to replicate, but because when he crossed the Jade Bridge and tried to replicate this great Tao, he would inexplicably feel a killing intent, a crazy killing intent. As a result, Han Fei revealed his ferocity when he only went down to the 5th floor. He didn't dare to go down the 6th step. This crazy killing intent was something he only felt when he merged with Little Black and Little White. Now that his realm was much higher than Little Black and Little White's, his emotions would not be controlled by Little Black's tyranny. But this road reminded Han Fei of the feeling at the beginning. No, I can't continue down this path. Otherwise, once this great Tao is born, my temperament might change greatly. This isn't my original intention. Standing on the 5th step, Han Fei closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He decided not to walk the exact same great Tao as Yi Qianqing. He would only take a portion of it and lead this great Tao in an unknown direction that was completely different from Yi Qianqing's. Han Fei had tried this before. 10,000 Things 3. Back then, the golden page was missing a page, and he had reconstructed 10,000 Things 3 without knowing it at all. Now the situation was the same. Han Fei just didn't know which great Tao he would follow on Yi Qianqing's path. Because he chose to give up the exact same great Tao as Yi Qianqing, he could only choose a path that even he didn't know. After walking down this step, he didn't know what kind of great Tao he would comprehend. But he was sure that he would never be as bloodthirsty as Yi Qianqing, because he was walking against Yi Qianqing's great Tao. Phew! Han Fei opened his eyes with a solemn expression. After pausing for a few seconds, he finally took a step. 1 step, 2 steps. When Han Fei walked off the Green Jade Bridge, he suddenly had some weird and wonderful understandings in his head. Huh? Borrow my life? Han Fei had some epiphanies. Yi Qianqing's path was to kill a person, absorb their remnant soul, and then refine these remnant souls into a kind of soul that could be used by the person he killed. When in danger, he could directly attach this wisp of soul to the surface of his body and completely replace himself with that wisp of soul at that moment. Therefore, theoretically speaking, as long as Yi Qianqing killed enough people and refined enough death substitute souls, he would almost never die in the face of people in the same realm or even 1 or 2 realms higher. Because from the understanding of the great Tao that Han Fei had deduced before, killing a strong person in the same realm was enough for Yi Qianqing to obtain many death substitute souls. However, the great Tao that Han Fei had comprehended now was different. This great Tao was based on Yi Qianqing's great Tao, so there was a lot of similarity. They were both killing strong people, but the difference was that he could extract the life and luck of the person he killed and refine it into his own life. If one day Han Fei encountered an unbeatable strong person, he could use the life he had refined to pay for his own life. No matter if the opponent was an emperor or a god, no matter how strong the opponent's attack was, what they killed could only be the life they had borrowed from others. But because the life was in his own body, if the opponent was too strong, there was no reason that the opponent could only take away the life from him, but not smash his body and soul. Therefore, when that life died, Han Fei would be in a state of invincibility for 3 seconds. This was unreasonable invincibility. He was immune to both energy and body. During these 3 seconds, even a god couldn't destroy him. He would be protected by the power of the great Tao, unless the opponent's power could directly crush the great Tao. Hiss! Han Fei took a deep breath. Although he couldn't refine countless death substitute souls like Yi Qianqing, he could only borrow a life once. However, this time he was too strong, immune to both energy and body. Even a god couldn't kill him for 3 seconds. Shoot! Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim. He was too amazed by the power of this great Tao. Of course, in the face of a strong person who could absolutely crush him, it seemed that this kind of immunity to both energy and body was meaningless. The opponent only needed to wait for the 3 seconds to pass, or banish him into the endless void to kill him. But what if he was facing a well-matched strong person? Immunity to both energy and body. If he took advantage of the 3 seconds to attack crazily, he might be able to turn the tide of the battle and win. And now, Han Fei had such an opportunity. Although Yi Qianqing was dead, he still kept his body, mainly because he wanted to use it as an offering to the God of War. Last time, as an offering, he got 5 seconds to use the God of War seal, and that was because he took out that person's star core. This time, Han Fei thought about it. He still had to take out the star core. Otherwise, if he just left the star core there, would the star behemoth discover it and occupy it? Above the sea of stars, Han Fei held Yi Qianqing's remains, fished out the navigator, and quickly pointed in the direction. After a moment, when Han Fei appeared on a natal star, it was the same as last time. He still couldn't use his perception to directly scan Yi Qianqing's natal star. Because his natal star was born with Yi Qianqing's great Tao, it was very repulsive to him, and his perception basically had no effect. Han Fei could only fly around it, and soon confirmed that Yi Qianqing's star was 640,000 kilometers away. There were not many strong people of this level in the entire sea realm, and the quality of his star core was undoubtedly higher than the previous one. However, Yi Qianqing's path to perfection was a bit strange, a bit like the so-called creation of a world, because his natal star was shrouded in blood qi. This natal star actually gave birth to an extremely powerful fiend. It was the kind of monster that Yi Qianqing used to walk the night of 100 ghosts. It was not weak, and the strongest one had already opened the sky. However, that monster was covered in blood, and its tentacles were all over the ground, like a huge, twisted, ugly worm. But there was only one such worm, and it was in a deep sleep. It didn't seem to be very active. Han Fei had no interest in waking it up, not because he couldn't defeat it, but because it was too disgusting. He'd better leave it to the star behemoth. What if the tortoise was attracted to the green bean? Swish, 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 using the void descent technique. Tens of thousands of projections descended. Han Fei quickly plundered all the external resources of Yi Qianxing's natal star, and then found the star core of this natal star according to the veins of the earth. This time, there was no star behemoth here, mainly because he came too fast. The star behemoth couldn't be faster than him, right? This was a star core with a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers. It was extremely dense and massive. Han Fei suspected that if this thing was left to burn in the sea of stars, it might still have some energy fluctuations after burning for billions of years. With the South Thearka's reminder, Han Fei knew that the star core could be stored in the Sea of Origin. So he took out the demon purification pot without hesitation. Compared with the South Thearka's ability to directly extract great Tao, Han Fei had to rely on the demon purification pot. Otherwise, the great Tao of this natal star would be endless, and he wouldn't be able to deal with it in a short time. Chapter 2337. Half a day later. In Han Fei's natal star, another star core that was burning furiously and bursting out infinite energy was added. No matter whose star core it was, it would eventually become a tool to replenish the energy of his natal star. Han Fei didn't care about this natal star for the time being. He still had several things to do now. The first thing was to find the war god to offer sacrifices to. In the Sea of Stars, Han Fei set up the altar, stood on the altar, and shouted, "The great god of war, the belief of the war, giants the eyes, of the earth the ancient waves, in the boundless wilderness of the sea realm." Swish, when the fire curtain was burning, the war god replied in an instant, "Did you find another sacrifice?" "Wait, what the hell are the sacrifices you gave me? The amount of the way of the heavens I can absorb is pitifully little. It seems that my natal star is about to die. Did you dig up some old grave?" Han Fei stretched out his hand and replied on the fire curtain, "No, I just dug up his star core. However, Senior War God, I'm really curious. How did you receive the things I offered to you?" The War God replied, "You won't understand even if I tell you. When you become a great emperor and can set up a sacrificial rites, you will understand." Han Fei, then don't look down on me. This time I offered you a peak star transformation realm. It's more than 5 breaths of the War God seal, right? 6 breaths. For the sake of a peak star transformation realm expert. Next time, don't touch his star core. Give me a complete one. Hey, a peak star transformation realm expert. I'll give you more than 100 breaths of the War God seal. Han Fei. So, without the star core, he is worthless? The War God, his natal star, is about to die. What do you think it's worth? If it weren't for the fact that he is a peak star transformation realm expert, I would also have 5 breaths. I even gave you one more. Han Fei was speechless. Thank you. Just when Han Fei was about to retreat, the war soul sent another message. Hey, kid, you are growing a bit too fast, aren't you? I can understand that you killed a peak star transformation realm expert last time. This time the celestial transformation grand completion. How did you kill him? Han Fei, Senior War God, everyone has secrets. War God, ha! He didn't want to know. However, growing too fast was not necessarily a good thing. After completing this step of star conversion, you have to calm down and properly study your path to the stars. Speaking of stardom, Han Fei had something to talk about. Anyway, the God of War also liked to chat. It was probably because he had been lonely for a long time and wanted to chat with someone. Han Fei asked, "Senior God of War, what is the path of stars?" God of War, you've grown so quickly that I've forgotten that you're a rogue cultivator. The path to stardom. Speaking of which, it was a little complicated. What do you want to do after turning into a star? Build earth veins, give birth to star cores, and then temper my body to build the strongest body that can carry all my power. War God, and then? Han Fei paused. And then I don't know. Why don't we create a blazing sun and surround it with stars? God of War, huh? You actually said it just like that? Have you ever seen such a combination of stars? Han Fei's heart did a flip. This might be his benefit, right? After all, he was not the soul of this world. However, after thinking about it, it seemed to make sense. The sea realm was too big. If someone wanted to jump out of it and see where the entire sea realm was, how strong would that be? Besides, although the sky was full of stars, the stars were all hanging in the distant sky. Those who had never been to the Sea of Stars or explored the Sea of Stars wouldn't know this kind of galaxy combination. Han Fei's heart did a flip. I have a good friend from the Phoenix clan of the divine land of the South Sea. He told me about it and drew a picture for me. God of War, that's right. But it's not enough for you to know this. Although everyone knows that this is the way to go, it's not easy to really walk this way. What do you think the stars surrounding your natal stars are for? What do you think their purpose is? Han Fei pondered. Shaping the environment to facilitate the creation of worlds. Han Fei felt that maybe this was how the solar system came to be. There were also legends about all kinds of immortals and gods, Pangu creating the world, and so on. If this was all true, didn't it mean that there were only strong masters walking on their own path of stars? Thinking of this, it seemed that the strong masters were quite strong. As early as billions of years ago, they had already begun to walk on the path of stars. Maybe they had already proven their Tao. The God of War sent a string of dots and then said, "This may be one of the purposes, but this is something after the path of stars. Some people will choose to create worlds, while others will choose something else. There are all kinds of reasons. In fact, the main purpose is to connect the power of those stars and enhance the fundamental power of the natal stars. Another purpose is to protect one's own natal stars." Han Fei was more and more sure that when all this was laid out, the power of the natal stars would be greatly improved, and correspondingly, the strength of the master would definitely become extremely strong. At this point, the entire path of stars would be completed. At this time, it seemed very simple to create worlds again, right? Han Fei asked, "Senior God of War, since I know everything, how can I get the stars?" God of War, what do you know? Han Fei, God of War, it is very difficult to prove one's Tao. Most people use their natal stars as the base to find the surrounding stars and bring them back. After slowly transforming, the path of stars will be completed. However, that's what most people do. Han Fei frowned. What about the few people? God of War, have you ever wondered if there are other paths of stars besides the one you mentioned? Han Fei thought for a while. Damn it, I don't know anything. Han Fei, no. God of War, you lack imagination. Even if an ordinary nirvana star is transformed, how can it be transformed into a star comparable to a natal star? Han Fei, with enough resources it should be possible. At this time, Han Fei didn't need the God of War to say it. Resources. Even if it was transformed by himself, it would still require a huge amount of resources, which were beyond imagination. His own natal star had been almost destroyed. So far, the earth veins hadn't been shaped, and the star core hadn't been born. If he transformed 8 or 10 of them and brought back a huge body of energy comparable to the scorching sun, well, even Han Fei didn't know how many resources it would require. Han Fei hurriedly said, "Senior God of War, you seem to have other ideas." God of War, haha. Alas, I don't usually tell others about this kind of thing. Han Fei, Senior God of War, as a big shot comparable to a god, you should be more broad-minded. Do you want me to ask the Phoenix Divine Clan and other forces? I'm not familiar with them, but I'm familiar with you. Senior, are you in trouble now? If I'm stronger, I may be able to help you in the future. Hearing Han Fei's words, The god of war was speechless. He knew the Phoenix Divine Clan, which was a big clan that had produced a god, and he had fought side by side with their god. He had seen Han Fei all the way here. Well, it was mainly this kid who talked to him all the way here, and his background was clear. He was also a human. If he didn't have a good relationship with him, why would he have a good relationship with a bird? Immediately, the god of war responded, "Okay, I don't mind telling you. Let me tell you a secret. You can actually skip the first step of becoming a star in a certain way." Okay. Huh. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Isn't this a path that must be taken? Can you skip it? Han Fei immediately replied, "Senior God of War, I'm not well educated. Please don't lie to me. God of War. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to skip it. Therefore, they could only look for the Nirvana star and modify it roughly. If they are lucky, or if they are from a big force, they can also enter other people's source C through their life star beads. Directly deprive other people's life stars and transform them. This method also works. But this kind of transformation requires erasing other people's great paths. And the main way to erase is to understand and assimilate other people's great paths. After a long time, other people's life stars will be transformed into their own. This is not something that can be done in 1,000 or even 10,000 years. So, I am quite curious as to how you managed to steal someone's star core and great Tao, turning it into a silent extinction star. Han Fei, it's a secret." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "Senior, I have a question. How do you bring back such a big life star? God of War, find it. Leave your own Tao, or use the help of your lover, or dig it back bit by bit through your life star beads. As long as you don't touch the star core at first, you can get it back after going back and forth many times. Of course, there is also a simple way, which is to directly refine the other party's life star. In this way, you can change the star core at will and hold 7 or 8 in one hand. Let me tell you, many people use this method." Han Fei was dumbfounded. Damn it, isn't this cheating? If he had to choose, he would definitely choose cheating. Otherwise, even if he had the navigator, he wouldn't be able to find the void node and drag such a big life star back. Han Fei, Senior God of War, this method sounds very powerful. Then why do you want to skip the star path? How can you skip it? The God of War, it's a good method, but this star path is just a star path that everyone can take. What's special about it? The God of War added, "Haha, but the way to skip the star path is only suitable for body tempering and very powerful body tempering. Otherwise, you will most likely die when you reach the Tao. Are you sure your physique is strong enough?" Han Fei responded without hesitation. Yes, Han Fei felt that since the God of War didn't like the normal star path, there must be a reason. He was already prepared. If even my physique is not strong enough, who can? The God of War, then just wait and ask me when the time comes. Because before I tell you the secret, I will conduct some simple tests on you during the process of your birth of the star core. I will not tell you this method until I'm sure. If you don't meet this requirement, you'd better find the Nirvana stars and come back. Chapter 2338. Han Fei wasn't too surprised by the God of War's so-called test. It would not be meaningless to skip this step of the star path. Otherwise, why would the God of War want to skip it? Even if the God of War told him the method, he still had to ask his senior brother and the others. After all, if the star path existed, it should have its meaning. Wouldn't it be a bit disrespectful to the heaven-opening state to skip it casually? After chatting with the God of War for a while, the God of War told him to sacrifice some good stuff next time instead of these leftovers. Then he ended the chat. After the sacrifice, the God of War seal could be activated for 10 seconds. Oh, because when he was on the Fighting Dragon Street, he used 1 second to show the world his identity as a savage, ancient clan. Now, only the South Arch knew the secret, but as the strongest rogue cultivator of the divine East Ocean, and the South Thearcha's attitude towards him, it seemed that she wouldn't expose his identity. He didn't know why, but Han Fei couldn't care so much now. he still had two things to do. First, he had to create an earth vein, and then he had to return it to the origin. Although he had a prediction in his heart, he didn't know whether the two would conflict with each other, so he had to try to find out. In the origin sea, Han Fei sat cross-legged. A huge amount of resources were stuffed into the star sea by him to prevent him from returning them all at once. After reaching the star transformation state, his demand for resources wasn't so strong for the time being. As for creating earth veins, Han Fei thought for a long time. Earth veins were like the meridians of the human body, connected to the location of the star core. Its most basic external manifestation was the spring water of the earth vein. However, earth veins weren't exactly spring water of the earth vein. Earth veins carried luck and fate, and coincided with the operation of the heavenly way. In the natal star, it should also be stored, nourished, and emitted Tao through the star core. Therefore, the method of creating earth veins was divided into two kinds, internal and external. If it was external, it was simple. He just had to create a special area to carry the vitality and pulse of this area, just like the blood sea divine with city and the big red trunk forest. He needed to open up a road to fill the pulse and lead to the star core. Although he had yet to form his own astral core, he had to pass it first. According to the meridian forging method that he obtained from the god of war, the earth veins of his natal star would only end when it could support the entire star's life force. To be specific, the war god asked Han Fei to refer to his own meridians. According to him, you had to make your natal star come alive. Not only did it contain a huge amount of life force, but it also had to spread that huge amount of life force to your natal star. The human body was also divided into primary and secondary arteries. What Han Fei was doing now was to create a secondary vein. Because it was just an experiment, it didn't take a long time to build such an earth vein. Since he was not short of energy and resources, it only took him 3 days to build a slender secondary vein, or rather, it couldn't even be called a secondary vein. Perfect, we can test it now. Another half a day later, when Han Fei's natal star began to tremble slightly, all the resources, creatures, flowers, and trees on the surface that could be returned to the natal star again turned into energy and returned to the natal star itself. However, this time, Han Fei felt that it was a little difficult to return to the original state, because inside his natal star, there was an astral core that didn't belong to him. Han Fei underestimated the magnificent energy contained in the astral core. He tried to obliterate the energy of the astral core with the power of origin restoration. But at this time, Han Fei found that his art of origin restoration had a limit. This time, the art of origin restoration only consumed 1/10 of the astral core. It wasn't that Han Fei couldn't continue, but that he felt the terrifying energy inside the astral core. When this energy was compressed in the astral core, it didn't feel much, but when he released 1/10 of it under the art of origin restoration, Han Fei felt that if he continued to release it, his natal star would directly explode. Who? When Han Fei woke up from the state of art of origin restoration, he took a deep breath and felt that there was a fairly large earthquake on his natal star. This wasn't just 1 or 2 places, it was the entire natal star that was quaking. Fortunately, the magnitude of the earthquake was not high, probably around level 8 or 9. However, this also made Han Fei realize for the first time the terrifying energy contained in the astral core. Last time, when Han Fei turned into a star, he didn't have this feeling. Because it took time to turn into a star, plus acceleration, it took him almost 200 years to turn into a star. Besides, when turning into a star, it required a huge amount of energy. Besides, it was an astral core in the late stage of the star transformation stage, so Han Fei didn't feel that he would lack energy during the whole process. But this time, Han Fei didn't need to turn into a star, nor did he need more than 200 years to absorb the energy of this astral core. Therefore, when he tried to turn the astral core into energy through the state of art of origin and dissipate it throughout his natal star marks, this problem arose. The earthquake continued, and the energy bursting out of the Earth's core was hitting the ground. In this way, it was slowly released and conducted. Han Fei thought that this situation might last for decades before it subsided. Fortunately, his natal star could accelerate time, so it wouldn't take long for him to recover for decades. But Han Fei soon discovered another thing, which was that the earth lode that he created was still there. Yes, this earth vein didn't disappear because of the state of art of origin. Not only did it not disappear, but around this earth vein, the magnitude of the earthquake was greatly reduced, and the entire earth vein was full of energy. And this energy was slowly transforming, and part of it was transformed into spring water of the earth vein, and the bottom was faintly guided by the great Tao. Han Fei was surprised. The god of war asked him to check his meridians before he created the earth vein. If the earth's core was the heart, then the earth vein was the bridge that connected the heart and conducted blood to the whole body through the meridians large and small. In fact, it was the same for the natal star. The reason why his natal star had an earthquake was that he didn't have a good channel to carry the energy bursting out from the astral core. Therefore, Han Fei finally came to a conclusion. Art of origin wouldn't melt the earth vein. Besides, the next time he tried to art of origin, he had to wait until he created a lot of earth veins. Otherwise, the natal star would be shaking crazily like today, and the whole world would shake for decades, or even hundreds of years. Unfortunately, in this state, it was not suitable for him to create earth veins. He could only wait for the earthquake of the natal star to subside. Fortunately, he only used about 1/10 of the astral core's energy. Fortunately, he had just turned into a star, and his natal star lacked too much energy supply. The first energy, nourishment, should be very effective. Otherwise, it might shake for thousands of years, or even thousands of years. In the outside world, Han Fei had been in the Life Star City for more than a day, mainly because he went to Yi Qianqing's Life Star and chatted with the god of war for a while, which was why he was delayed for so long. When Han Fei returned, he found that Feng Yu, Feng Xingliu, and Feng Qingqing were eating hot pot. Feng Yu exclaimed from time to time, "How can someone create something like hot pot?" "It's a sin," Feng Xingliu snorted. "It's a sin, but you're still enjoying it." Feng Yu said, "What do you mean by you?" "Call me sister. I'm older than you." Feng Xingliu said, "It's just a few days earlier. Not a few years, but a few days." Feng Yu said, "It's still early to burn a stick of incense." Besides, you're so weak." Feng Xingliu was furious. "I'm weak? I broke through the Fighting Dragon Street. How many people can do that?" Suddenly, they looked at the place where Han Fei appeared not far away. The moment Han Fei appeared, his first reaction was that he sensed the synchronization of Neza and Zhang Daqian's information. This meant that in the past 2 days, his 2 incarnations had arrived at the same time. Han Fei didn't know what Neza's incarnation had experienced along the way. But Zhang Daqian was left on the crossing by Han Fei. But according to the synchronized memory, Zhang Daqian soon got off the ship and started his hunting career. At the same time, in the residential area where the Pioneer Sea Realm cultivators lived, Neza's incarnation and Zhang Daqian's incarnation also synchronized countless information at the same time. The information exchange between the 3 parties was a very fast thing. Han Fei didn't show any abnormality, but looked at Feng Xingliu and the others. Suddenly, Han Fei's face stiffened. He saw a girl with 2 ponytails. Her eyes were as beautiful as water. When she looked at him, his eyes were like rippling waves. Her delicate pink nose was tall but not tall, and there was a little stain from the hot pot on it. Her thin red lips were slightly curled up. "Shoot, who is this?" Han Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Feng Qingqing." Feng Qingqing smiled lightly, revealing her white and neat little teeth. Brother Han Fei. Chapter 2339. Han Fei wasn't surprised that Feng Qingqing had become prettier. He knew that Feng Qingqing's previous face was fake. Otherwise, Feng Qingqing wouldn't have the nerve to use the name Qingqing. Now that he looked at her, she was indeed devastatingly beautiful. Although cultivators could change their appearance at will. But in fact, many people didn't pursue this. Even if they were female cultivators, they would not change their original appearance. At most, they could keep themselves young forever. If they didn't look good, they could adjust their facial features to make themselves more beautiful. Because they all knew that no matter how they changed, they would always be the same. Male cultivators were even more casual. They didn't care whether they were tall or short, and the higher they were, the less important they were. This was also a part of cultivation, and they valued it very much. When Han Fei saw Feng Qingqing, he praised, "You're so beautiful." Then there was nothing. Han Fei wasn't Zhang Xuanyu. Besides, he had seen a lot of beautiful women, and Xia Shaochan was as beautiful as Feng Qingqing. Feng Xingliu made room for Han Fei. Han Fei sat down next to the hot pot, picked up a piece of lobster meat, and looked at Feng Xingliu. "What do you think? How much did you make this time?" Feng Xingliu chuckled. "It's really a lot this time. Excluding the 10% tax, I calculated that there are 26 million kilometers of resources in total. You won't believe it. It's almost as much as you caught a peak star transformation realm cultivator." Hiss! Han Fei took a deep breath. "So much?" At this moment, Feng Qingqing said, "It's mainly because the odds are high. Those people don't think Brother Han Fei can win." "Feng, you said lightly, I made more than him." Immediately, the hot pot didn't smell good anymore. Han Fei couldn't help but look at them. "Didn't we agree that we would each take half? This battle was mainly fought by me." Feng Xingliu didn't care about that. He threw a small world to Han Fei and said, "Give me a few more balls of medicine. I'm too tired now." Han Fei took the small world and looked at Feng Xingliu in surprise. "What, you're not done yet?" Feng Xingliu said disdainfully, "Of course I'm done. Let me consolidate." Smack. Feng Yu slapped Feng Xingliu's body, and he immediately cried out, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, my injuries haven't healed yet." Feng Yu sneered, "Heh, only children will cry in pain." After that, Feng Yu looked at Han Fei and said, "His bloodline has awakened for the second time. His body is currently transforming. Any external force exerted on him will cause him extreme pain." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. He took out 3 more balls of liquid divine light and handed them over. He asked with a strange look, "Why are the side effects of your bloodline awakening so severe?" Feng Xingliu said, "It's not a side effect. It's a metamorphosis. When I'm done, I'm not bragging, but my strength will increase by at least 30%. "Yes, definitely." Han Fei echoed casually, but in fact he said to Feng Yu via voice transmission, "Senior sister, I have a question." Feng Xingliu was chattering. "Han Fei, if you hadn't fought the last match, I would have been the brightest star in the Fighting Dragon Street. What a pity. You should have waited until the 10,000-year grand competition to fight I Ching. Hey, I don't really understand your fight. Can you explain it to me?" "Shut up. You're so annoying." Feng Yu glanced at Feng Xingliu and put her finger on his arm. "Hey, I'm warning you, don't touch me. Don't touch me," Feng Yu snorted. "I have something to talk to Han Fei about. You guys eat here." After that, Feng Yu glanced to Han Fei, and Han Fei stood up. The two of them came to the edge of courtyard 306. Dao patterns appeared under Han Fei's feet, and a complicated soundproof array and breath-concealing array appeared. Seeing this, Feng Xingliu snorted. "Do you think the family will agree to it? Although Han Fei is indeed excellent, I remember that my family has always been at odds with the West Ocean Divine Land. They think the people of the West Ocean Divine Land are too barbaric. Hey, Feng Qingqing said, "What are you thinking?" "I think the friendship between my sister and brother Han Fei is pure. Feng Xing Lu said, "You little brat, what do you know?" He, senior sister, I've turned into a star. Feng Yu rolled her eyes at Han Fei. I know. Little junior brother, is your Tao of time already very powerful? Han Fei thought for a moment. He didn't know how powerful it was, but for now, if he used time with all his strength, it shouldn't be weak. It shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a powerhouse in the same realm. Han Fei nodded slightly. Not bad. I didn't comprehend it too deeply, but it's enough. Feng Yu understood and then asked, Little junior brother, what do you want to ask? Since I'm here, I'll protect you in the future. Han Fei chuckled. Don't. Now that the big thing is over, we just have to wait for the major competition of 10,000 years. If a supreme emperor of the heavenly clan really attacks, it's useless even if you protect me. I still have to ask eldest senior brother to help me, right? Feng Yu snorted. Why do you have to go against the heavenly clan? Little junior brother, although you are indeed talented and have turned into a star in just 400 years, the heavenly clan is a big clan after all. However, the Tian clan is after all a large clan. Moreover, ever since the establishment of the door to heavenly kingdom, they have accepted many proud sons of heaven. Han Fei thought to himself, I have to provoke the heavenly clan whether I want to or not. I still have to think about how to sneak into the heavenly clan and get the demon purification pot. Besides, I have to help Chu Hao find the spring of life. Fortunately, these things are not urgent for the time being. I can't release Chu Hao prematurely, let alone help him recover prematurely. After all, I haven't grown up yet, and I don't have the strength and means to fight against a supreme emperor. At least, I have to wait until I reach the peak of the star transformation realm before I can consider these things. Han Fei said, Senior sister, this is my own business. I will handle it myself. My problem now is about the star path. Wait, before Han Fei continued to talk about the star path. Feng, you couldn't help but look at Han Fei suspiciously. You don't think the star transformation realm is over, do you? Han Fei shook his head and said, It's not over. Isn't the next step to create earth veins and give birth to star cores? Phew! Feng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you didn't know. Since you know that you need to create earth veins and give birth to star cores, why did you jump directly to the star path? Don't tell me. You have already given birth to a star core? Seeing Feng Yu's exaggerated and shocked expression, Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, senior sister, although my cultivation speed is relatively fast, it's not that fast. My natal star hasn't been completely stabilized yet. How can I give birth to a star core? Feng Yu patted her chest. That's good. You scared me to death. I thought you were already this monstrous. Han Fei said, I have doubts about the star path. Then, Han Fei told them all his speculations about the star path. He had asked the god of war these questions. Although the god of war liked to chat online, he was not that familiar with him after all. He was more familiar with the Void Temple. Now, Feng Yu happened to be by his side, so it was a good time to ask. Listening to Han Fei's description, Feng Yu couldn't help but say, You know a lot about the star path. Han Fei laughed. This is related to my experience in the past few decades. I learned about it in an ancient sealed place. It was also at that time that I encountered the people of the heavenly clan and had a conflict. Feng Yu's heart trembled slightly. What Han Fei said was actually not a big secret. Even after the star transformation, as long as one stayed in the star transformation realm for a long time, he would come into contact with more people and information, and then he would trace the source to the next step after the star transformation realm. Feng Yu said, What you just said is to find the star path and set up a related system. This is indeed the cultivation path for ordinary people. As for what you said to skip, I have never heard that the star path can be skipped. This is a path that must be taken. How can it be skipped? Han Fei frowned. It seems that senior sister Feng, You doesn't know much. Suddenly, Feng Yu said, I don't know if it can be skipped. I'll ask senior brother and the others later. But I have to remind you that this may be a mistake. During the star transformation period, you may have to find some star cores and set up a trap for them. But this trap doesn't mean that you have to complete it during the star transformation period. During the whole heaven opening state, before you reach the Tao realm, you have enough time to complete the star path, which is a long and continuous path. In this step, you are just setting the direction of your heaven opening state. Me? Han Fei's eyes lit up. Oh, is that so? The god of war didn't say this, and Han Fei never thought that the god of war might think that such a trivial matter didn't need to be mentioned at all. He didn't know whether he had forgotten or not. But now hearing Feng Yu's words, Han Fei felt that this kind of normal path was not a big deal. He thought that at this stage of the star path, he must complete the molding of all the star paths. But now it seemed that there was no need at all. Before he reached the Tao realm, he could modify the star cores at any time. Han Fei frowned. Did the god of war deliberately not tell me clearly? Why didn't he tell me clearly? Chapter 2340. After talking to Feng Yu about the path to stardom, Han Fei immediately relaxed a lot. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the war god did not tell him on purpose. This was not difficult to guess. According to the growth method of the heaven opening realm, one would first transform into a star, then enter the path of stars. After forming an astral core, the next thing he wanted to do was to search for a path to the stars. Compared to the Nirvana star, of course, it was faster and easier to directly kill and see someone else's natal star. However, when Senior God of War told him that he had to refine the other party's star, he felt that he was still lacking a very important technique. It would be even more ridiculous to use the Nirvana star. If he wanted to build a solar system, who knew how many resources he would need? More importantly, not only did he not know how many resources he would need, he would also think that he had to complete the transformation of the desolation stars during this stage of the path of stars. How much time would that waste? Therefore, the reason why the god of war guided him on purpose and didn't give him an explanation was probably because he wanted him to skip the star path. But why did he skip the stardom step? According to the war god, this seemed to be a better method than directly walking on the path of the stars. He even wanted to test himself after he formed his astral core and before he embarked on his journey to the stars. He was testing whether he could jump or not. Therefore, Han Fei became more and more curious. Why was the war god guiding him? But no matter what, the god of war didn't know that apart from him, he also had the Void Temple as his backing. At that time, when he found out the reason why the war god was guiding him, he would ask eldest senior brother about it. Wouldn't that be fine? Thinking of this, Han Fei felt that his eldest senior brother was full of security. Now that he didn't have to worry about the star path, Han Fei immediately felt at ease. He no longer asked this question, but asked, Senior Sister Feng Yu, you are already the first on the heavenly list. Why do you still want to participate in the grand competition of the East Sea Divine Land? Feng Yu said matter-of-factly rewards. Why wouldn't I want such a good reward? Han Fei was dumbfounded. He knew that there were rewards for participating in the competition, but he didn't know what the rewards were. But looking at it now, this reward was probably not simple. To be able to make the heaven rankings #1. Feng Yu, personally come down to take it, it was definitely something good. Han Fei couldn't help asking, Senior sister, what's the reward? Feng Yu was astonished, you don't know? Han Fei shook his head like a rattle. He knew that participating in the 10,000-year competition would bring him a great fortune. But who knew what that great fortune would be? Zhao Honghuang didn't mention it when they came. He was just a rogue cultivator who had never left the chaotic wasteland before. How would he know that this thing had such a shocking reward? Feng Yu was speechless. You don't even know what the reward is, and you came. Han Fei smiled awkwardly. I know it's an opportunity. Feng Yu stretched out her head at Han Fei and rolled her eyes again and again. Outside, Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing gasped. What was going on? Didn't he say he had something to say? Is that all? Want a kiss? Most importantly, the two of you chose a place to scatter it for us to see. Isn't this an eyesore? After rolling her eyes, Feng Yu retracted her head and said, The rewards this time around, the top 10 will have different rewards. The top 3 will each be rewarded with a piece of starting ground. Hiss! Han Fei gasped. The starting ground! Feng Yu nodded, yes. What do you think? Otherwise, why would I come to participate? A piece of starting ground, an undeveloped starting ground, personally given by the great Emperor Dongwu. No one knows its location, so there's no need to worry about others coveting it. Han Fei was dumbfounded. An undeveloped starting ground, given by the great Emperor Dongwu himself? Does the great Emperor Dongwu have any purpose? Feng Yu looked at Han Fei as if he was a fool. You're quite a smart kid. Why are you so stupid? Feng Yu smiled and said, Who doesn't know about the 100,000-year major competition of the divine land of the East Sea? Do you think no one from the West Sea divine land will come? I can tell you for sure that there will be, but most of them will participate as rogue cultivators. It's a major competition that has caused a sensation in the sea realm. If someone tampered with it, do you think others will let it go? Han Fei nodded slightly, thinking that it made sense. The great Emperor Dongwu might be very strong, but the South Sea divine land must have a peerless great emperor comparable to him. With the strength of the first place on the Phoenix Feather Heavenly List and the influence of the Phoenix God clan in the South Sea divine land, it would be difficult for anything to happen. Han Fei couldn't help licking his lips and suddenly said, Senior sister, even if I give you an undeveloped starting ground, what can it be used for? There may be a lot of resources, but your Phoenix divine race doesn't seem to be short of resources, right? Feng Yu tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. It seems that your understanding of the starting ground is not thorough enough. Han Fei. Feng Yu. Every starting ground has its own unique will of the heavenly way. The greatest significance of finding a starting ground is not the resources in the starting ground. It's not the origin of the world in the starting ground, but to absorb the heavenly way of that world and integrate it into the heavenly way of that world. Han Fei. Feng Yu. To put it bluntly, you can use him to prove your Tao. Han Fei's eyes suddenly widened. There's such an ability. A starting ground can be used to prove one's Tao? Feng Yu looked at Han Fei speechlessly. From your words, it seems that the starting ground is not valuable. From the chaotic world to the primeval era, and then to the ancient era, the age of gods, the age of chaos. Until now, God knows how many strong masters have been born. How many of those people proved their Tao by themselves? Many people proved their Tao by relying on the starting ground. Many of them took the heavenly way of the starting ground and then deprived the origin and resources of the world there as the capital to prove their Tao. So, brother, now you know the importance of the starting ground, right? Han Fei couldn't help but think of the countless primitive tombs buried in the chaotic wasteland. If each of them was a starting ground, then how many venerable emperors are there in this world? Han Fei was shocked for a long time before he came back to his senses. He sighed. Senior sister, with a starting ground, can I prove my Tao? Feng Yu shook her head. No, it depends on the quality of the starting ground. But in theory, assimilating the heavenly way there and turning it into your own use can increase the probability of proving your Tao by at least 30%, or even 50%, which is not a big deal. Even if you are lucky and encounter a super strong starting ground, you can continue to increase the probability of proving your Tao. Han Fei asked, if you borrow the heavenly way of a starting ground, will this starting ground be destroyed? Han Fei thought, if I sacrifice trillions of creatures in order to prove my Tao, Will I really feel at ease after doing this kind of thing? As if knowing what Han Fei was thinking, Feng Yu immediately said, if you don't die, after you prove your Tao, you can return the power of the heavenly way. Even if you don't return it, the origin of the world and the starting ground will still be there. A new heavenly way will also be born. The only bad thing is that this place may fall into a long-term chaos, but it won't die. Han Fei's eyes lit up after hearing this. He couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth, although he hadn't even finished turning into a star yet. However, this didn't prevent him from getting the capital to prove his Tao first. As for creating the earth vein, as long as he was given time to cultivate in seclusion, slowly sort out and study it, with the help of time acceleration, it might take a few years, at most 10 years. How could he not be able to do it? Once the earth vein was done, how could he not get some energy by then? At that time, the birth of a star core was also a sure thing. At most 40 to 50 years of cultivation, the star transformation would definitely be completed. Once the star transformation was completely completed, the only step left was the star path. Thinking of this, Han Fei felt that the peak of the star transformation was just around the corner. When he reached the peak of the star transformation, he would be able to bear all of his combat power. At that time, in the Scavenger City and the Primordial City, except for the 10,000 Scales Emperor and the 2 Emperors of the Infamily, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. With the Void Theft technique, he might be able to challenge the Venerable Emperor. Han Fei didn't think about proving his Tao directly, because to prove his Tao, he had to meet at least one condition. The Scavenger City must be destroyed, and the 10,000 Scales Emperor must be killed. There was no doubt about this. As for the 2 Emperors of the Infamily, he might be able to destroy them after proving his Tao, but the 10,000 Scales clan enslaving the human race was something that he, the human emperor, had to solve. Otherwise, if he couldn't do it, how could he be the emperor of a clan? Han Fei immediately grinned and said, "Oh, great, this reward is really great." Seeing that Han Fei seemed to have gotten the starting ground, Feng Yu immediately smiled and said, Hey, hey, hey! Wake up! Don't think that you can get a starting ground so easily. Since the Dongwu Great Emperor has given such a good reward, do you think that I'm the only one fighting for it? Han Fei couldn't help but say, What else? You're already the first on the heaven list. Could there be? Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes narrowed. You mean there will be divine list powerhouses coming? Feng Yu nodded slightly. This is my guess. After all, not all divine list powerhouses have a starting ground. Of course, even if they come, there might only be 1 or 2, definitely not more than 2, and they can only be ranked last. Divine list powerhouses won't be so shameless to fight with ordinary cultivators for rewards. But as she spoke, Feng Yu looked at Han Fei, but there will definitely be a lot of people coming from the heaven list. After all, this is a shortcut to obtain the starting ground. Who wouldn't want it? So, you will have a lot of competitors. Heaven list powerhouses are very powerful. But you killed Yi Qianqing. Your strength is also enough to move people. If Yi Qianqing hadn't been banned from the Shenzhou competition in Zhonghai, with his strength, he would definitely enter the heaven list. Han Fei grinned and said, Who cares anyway, senior sister, and I will definitely have a place in the top 3. Chapter 2341. By the way, senior sister, I'm going to see a few people these 2 days. Who? What are you going to do? Feng Yi discovered that this little junior brother of hers was not an ordinary person who could stir up trouble. He was just an independent cultivator, but he was so bold. He had provoked the door of heaven before turning into a star. He had just turned into a star, but he destroyed the Fighting Dragon Street and killed a peak star condensation cultivator. Feng Yi's intuition told Feng Yi that there was definitely a situation when she went to meet a few people. Han Fei grinned. Senior sister, do you remember I said that I met a powerhouse who seemed to be from the Temple of Time in the Scavenger City? Feng, you nodded slightly, I remember. I specially looked into it, and there is indeed a Scavenger City in the chaotic wasteland that you are currently in. Although there is a venerable sovereign overseeing it, it is a polluted land, and ordinary people would rarely explore the wasteland. Furthermore, the people there seem to be very low-key. Han Fei nodded slightly. The environment there is a bit bad, but it is definitely worse than the outside world. But it is still one of the few dangerous places in the divine land of the East Ocean. During the tidal wave eruption every 100 years, it is almost a dangerous place. However, I don't know why the Temple of Time would visit that place. If the person I know is from the Temple of Time, she may have been there for 10,000 years. I suspect that there is some special secret in the chaotic wasteland. Feng Yu nodded slightly. Hearing Han Fei's words, she also felt that something was wrong. If the person Han Fei knew was from the Temple of Time, why did she stay in that remote place for so long? Feng Yu nodded. I will arrange this matter. I will let you know before the end of the competition. Han Fei grinned. Thank you, senior sister. Han Fei thought to himself, it's good to have a superior. Although the Phoenix Divine Clan is not a superforce in the divine land of the East Ocean, it is still a superforce, isn't it? If they want to get some information or something, it will definitely be easier for them than me. After expressing this, Han Fei said, there is one more thing. I have made a deal with the person suspected to be from the Temple of Time. On this trip to the Divine Capital Dynasty, I will meet a few people on her behalf. Feng Yu's eyes flashed. You represent her? What is it exactly? Han Fei shook his head slightly. I don't know. Just say her name and take out her token. Feng Yu was speechless. You even made a deal with her? We have to make a deal. She was the only one who saw through my identity. She was a very smart and difficult person to deal with. But Han Fei suddenly said, but I don't think it's very dangerous. I'm more inclined to think that this is a kind of test. Feng Yu couldn't help looking at Han Fei. The entrance test of the Temple of Time. Han Fei nodded slightly. If the other party is really from the Temple of Time, I suspect that this so-called meeting is a test, but not necessarily an entry test. But no matter what, I'll know when I get there. Feng Yu, should we tell eldest senior brother? Not yet. What if they don't have this purpose? I want to see what they want before I decide what to do. But I have to tell senior apprentice sister about this in advance. Whether the other party is from the Temple of Time or not, I will not go to the Temple of Time. Feng Yu smiled and said that's true. No matter how strong the Time Temple is, how can it be stronger than my Void Temple? You might not be able to see it now, but it's said that you'll be able to see it after you've proven your Tao. In any case, the Void Temple is the strongest. Of course, Han Fei felt that the Void Temple was the strongest. He had analyzed this problem long ago. Among the three temples, the Undying Temple should be the weakest in theory. At least in terms of individual combat power, they were definitely not as strong as the Void Temple and the Temple of Time. This was easy to understand because the Undying Temple had a lot of people. If you had so many people, it could only mean that you were strong in group combat and could use crowd tactics. Of course, there must be some powerful Undying among them, but the upper limit of their combat power was definitely not as strong as that of the Void Temple. As for the Temple of Time, they were more like powerhouses wandering in time, and their main talent was not in fighting. For example, Mo Chi was a prophet. This kind of person was more like a wise man. Of course, the combat power of the Temple of Time was definitely not weak. It was just that Han Fei felt that their strength should be due to tricks, not real combat power. But the Void Temple was different. Just look at Feng Yu. She had reached the peak of the star transformation realm and was about to prove her Tao. Furthermore, if one were to look at it in terms of actual cultivation time, he was using time acceleration to cultivate, while Feng Yu was using the natural growth time to cultivate. According to the things that her senior brothers and sisters gave Feng Yu, it could be seen that Feng Yu would prove her Tao very soon. Even Feng Yu was about to prove her Tao. Han Fei thought that all the other senior brothers and sisters were naturally venerable emperors, especially eldest senior brother. If it weren't for the fact that there were no gods in this world, Han Fei thought that eldest senior brother should be a god. After telling Feng Yu everything, Han Fei was just about to go out for a walk to make his existence known. But unexpectedly, there were guests in his courtyard 306. These guests were actually Wu Shuang and Wang Beichen. Han Fei thought that they were right. The crossing should have arrived at the divine capital dynasty, so the people on the ship should have already arrived. Feng, you didn't want to know these people, so she left with Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing because in the next few days she had to let Han Fei deal with his own affairs. She still had to pay attention to the test of the Temple of Time. If anything went wrong, she would ask eldest senior brother for help. Feng Xingliu sighed. Alas, I'm having a good time with Han Fei. I don't live in the sky number 2 room. Feng Yu snorted. Shut up. Han Fei is busy these days. Don't hang around there. Also, you just awakened your bloodline for the 2nd time. Go and consolidate your cultivation. Feng Qingqing nodded. Yes, go and consolidate your cultivation. Otherwise, how long will it take for you to catch up with brother Han Fei? Feng Xingliu scoffed. Hey, little girl, are you siding with an outsider now? Didn't Han Fei just give you a divine weapon? Why are you siding with him now? Feng Qingqing said, I'm telling the truth. It has nothing to do with the divine weapon. Although you fought through the Fighting Dragon Street, did you forget who helped you when you couldn't fight anymore? When you were halfway through, he had already finished. Feng Xingliu's face immediately darkened. But I fought more fiercely. I was more dazzling. Feng Yu glanced at Feng Qingqing in surprise. Han Fei gave you a divine weapon? What divine weapon is it? What's its quality? Feng Qingqing summoned a lotus seed in her mind. She said, This is a soul-calming lotus seed, a low-quality soul protection divine weapon. But it should be a set. If you collect all of them, you can probably make a set of high-quality divine weapons. But it's very difficult to collect all of them. Feng Yu nodded slightly. Indeed, this kind of lotus seed soul protection divine weapon was not rare, but it was extremely rare to find one in a set. The corners of Feng Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Looks like little junior brother is still very loyal. He gave his sister a divine weapon and helped Feng Xingliu awaken the 2nd time. It seemed that eldest senior brother was right. Little junior brother was very lucky and strong. At Han Fei's residence, Wu Shuang and Wang Beichen came. Seeing them, Han Fei immediately said, Hey, the crossing is finally here. You two came at the right time. Wu Shuang smiled faintly, seeming somewhat bashful. The crossrail speed is naturally a bit slow. But as soon as we arrived at the divine capital dynasty, I heard that you fought through the Fighting Dragon Street alone and killed Yi Qianqing, a perfected expert of the heavenly race. I didn't expect you to hide a lot of strength. Han Fei laughed. Really? I didn't hide anything. It's just that Yi Qianqing doesn't live up to his name. Wu Shuang sneered inwardly. Doesn't live up to his name? You think I don't know who Yi Qianqing is? Although this guy is not on the heaven list and has been suppressed in the heavenly race. But secretly, he is recognized by many as the strongest expert on the heaven list of the East Sea divine continent. Wang Beichen was much more straightforward. He said, I mainly came to see if you're injured. It seems that you're in good condition. I'm looking forward to meeting you in the 10,000-year competition. Han Fei said with a smile, Why do we have to fight each other? We have plenty of time to learn from each other. There's so many people in the 10,000-year competition. Wang Beichen's expression softened. A faint smile appeared on his stiff face. Unlike Wu Shuang, Wang Beichen simply came to see if Han Fei was injured. After all, he knew how dangerous it was to kill Yi Qianqing. He just came to see Han Fei as a friend. That was also the reason why Han Fei and Wang Beichen got along with each other. It was simple. However, Wu Shuang always gave him a mysterious feeling. So, although they were friends on the surface. Han Fei still felt a sense of distance from her. Wu Shuang asked, "Why don't I see Feng Xingliu and Qing Qing? Aren't they here?" Han Fei said, "Well, Feng Xingliu was indeed seriously injured. He's recovering now. Feng Qingqing must be watching from the side." Wu Shuang smiled. "I heard that Feng Yu, the top expert on the heaven list, is also here?" Han Fei said yes. "The top expert on the heaven list is unfathomable. She just sat here for a while and chatted with me for a while. Then she left." Han Fei didn't keep it a secret. Everybody knew that he was on good terms with the Phoenix Divine Clan. With Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingcheng as a guide, it seemed natural for him to get in touch with Feng Yu. Nobody would suspect anything. But if he deliberately avoided them, it would raise the alarm of others. Wu Shuang and the others just chatted for a while and then left. After knowing that they were gone, Han Fei was confused. Wu Shuang didn't seem to have a purpose. She just came to take a look and chatted with him for a while. He couldn't help but wonder if the girl really had no ulterior motives. Chapter 2342. 2 days after the Dolong Street incident. On the 3072nd island, in a cluster of densely packed residential buildings, there was a house that occupied an area of less than 50 square meters with a courtyard of about 50 square meters. A young man who was an advanced hidden fisher was cultivating cross-legged. At the door of the house stood a little girl who was only a beginner hanging fisher, which was too weak in the Divine Capital Dynasty. In the Divine Capital Dynasty, even a teenager who grew up naturally couldn't just be a beginner hanging fisher. At least, he could be a peak-level hanging fisher. Those who were more talented were mostly peak-level hidden fishers, or even law enforcers. Therefore, the 2 youths in the courtyard could only be considered ordinary in terms of aptitude. Buzz, a streak of green light flew over. The 2 youths' eyes lit up at the same time. The little girl shouted, "Brother is back." The young man, on the other hand, couldn't be agitated. He first calmed down and cultivated, then exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and quickly got up. "Brother, didn't you say that you would be busy recently and might not have the time to come back?" "Chin, you patted the tortoise beneath him and then jumped down. It's fine. That client of mine is currently in seclusion. I'll just go and check on him once every 12 hours. I'll take advantage of this time to come back and give you something." In the past 2 days, Qin Yi heard that Han Fei was in seclusion, so he didn't disturb him. And the level of Han Fei's residence was too high. As an explorer-level guide, although he had the right to go there, he couldn't stay there forever. Therefore, he could only stay at home. Every 12 hours he would go up and ask. Most importantly, his task as a guide was not over. Of course, it also depended on whether Han Fei would give them extra remuneration. So, for the past 2 days, he had been wondering if Han Fei had forgotten him. After all, he was just a guide at the peak of explorer. Moreover, Qin Yi was very cautious. He knew that Han Fei had broken through Dolong Street and knew how terrifying this lord was. However, he was the one who brought him to the Dolong Street. Theoretically speaking, a fight between powerhouses of that level shouldn't affect a small character like him. However, there was nothing wrong with being prepared. Things had already happened. If something happened to him, who would take care of his younger brother and sister? Therefore, in one breath, he took out all the money he had on him and went to the Zhao Trading Center to buy a marrow-changing pill and a meridian-raising pill. They heard Chen Yi say, "Look, what big bro brought back for you." Dang, 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 dang. When Chen Yi took out the treasure box that was emitting a dense red mist, the young lady seemed to have understood something. She exclaimed, "This is the meridian-raising pill? Brother, you're crazy. This one costs 40,000 Li of resources." The young man also took a deep breath. "Brother, have you used up all the resources you need to break through to the supremacy realm?" Qin Yi laughed and said, "What do the 2 of you know? How many resources can you use to break through to the honorable realm?" It wasn't like he was breaking through to the monarch realm. Breaking through to the venerable realm was very easy. Hey, don't panic, I still have something good. Dang, 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 dang. After that, when Chen Yi took out another item, he revealed a mysterious smile and said, Xiaoshu, this is for you. This time, Chen Xiaoshu could recognize what it was from the words on the box. He exclaimed in shock, Brother, was this the marrow-changing pill? It's a precious pill used to cleanse the marrow and is even more expensive than the meridian-raising pill. Brother, you're crazy. Did you use Mom and Dad's pension? Chun Ye's gaze sank and his expression turned serious. Xiaoshu, resources are meant to be used. With this marrow-changing pill, your potential will increase by another level. With the meridian-raising pill, Xiaoya's spirit meridian might increase by another level. Chun Xiaoya shook her head. Brother, it can't be increased. My innate spirit meridian is damaged. After using 3 meridian-raising pills, it's only a high-grade, level 2 spirit meridian. Mom and Dad's pension has been used up by me. Shut up. Chin Ye's gaze turned cold. If I let you use it, you have to use it. So what if it's a high-grade, level 2 spirit meridian? After using this meridian-raising pill, it'll be grade 3. When Brother gets a few more, it'll be grade 4, grade 5, grade 6. The young lady's eyes welled up with tears. Brother, but you should have broken through to the honorable realm long ago. Chen Yi said, reaching the honorable realm requires understanding. It's not like you can break through just by eating a pill. After that, Chen Yi looked at Qin Xiaoshu and said, I'm leaving in 10 hours. Xiaoshu, when I'm away, you have to take good care of your sister. After taking this marrow-changing pill, you should be able to reach the law enforcer realm in less than a year. A law enforcer is already considered an adult, understand? Qin Xiaoshu nodded slightly. I know, brother, but don't buy it next time. You have to earn resources to help yourself break through. Only when you break through to the venerable realm will our lives be better. Chen Yi sighed inwardly. In the divine capital dynasty, there was not much difference between a peak-level explorer and a venerable. The point was that he didn't know if he would be implicated. By right, he shouldn't look for Han Fei at this time. Now, so many people were paying attention to him. However, Han Fei had said that he would give him a body-refining technique. If it weren't for the heavenly race, this technique would have been in his hands. The damn heavenly race. Now, relying on his identity as a little guide, no one would care about an ant like him. So he dared to continue to look for Han Fei. Whether he succeeded or not, he had to see him again. He had to fight for what he had to fight for. At this moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared in this ordinary-looking and even a little crowded small courtyard. This person appeared behind Qin Yi, but was clearly seen by Qin Xiaoshu and Qin Xiaoya. Brother, huh? Seeing that his brother and sister were all looking behind him, Chen Yi suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Could it be that those big shots wouldn't even let go of an ant like him? He was ready to go home this time. Until this matter completely faded out of people's sight, he would never go home again. When Chen Yi turned his head back with difficulty, his heart, which had sunk to the bottom of the valley, suddenly relaxed. Master Han Fei? Gulp! Chen Yi was dumbfounded. He never expected that it would be Han Fei who would appear here. Seeing that Chen Yi was dumbfounded, Han Fei said, I heard that in the past 2 days you went to my place every 6 hours to see me 4 times. This time, I came out not long after you went there, but I didn't see you, so I asked where you lived. Chen Yi hurriedly saluted. Nice to meet you, Master Han Fei. Then Chen Yi said to his brother and sister, Come on, greet you, Master Han Fei. Master Han Fei is a super strong master of the heaven-opening state. Qin Xiaoshu was shocked, and Chen Xiaoya was full of curiosity, but they still hurriedly saluted Han Fei. The 3 of them were frightened. Qin Yi didn't know why Han Fei came here. He wondered why such a big shot, a super strong master who could destroy the Fighting Dragon Street, would come to his place. He suspected that Han Fei had other purposes. Qin Xiaoshu and Qin Xiaoya were so shocked because they saw a strong master of the heaven-opening state. Although they all lived in the divine capital dynasty, heaven-opening state experts were not easy to see at their level. They only knew that there were strong masters of the heaven-opening state, but they had never seen one. Han Fei smiled faintly. "You are very cautious, but don't worry. I won't break my promise to you." Then Han Fei gave out a lot of star shells and said, "Here are the resources within 50,000 kilometers. This is your first reward. Although the transaction with the Zhao Trade Center that you recommended was not completed, at least you have done it." Qin Yi was shocked and took a deep breath. He had just exchanged all the resources of his family for 2 pills, and now there were 50,000 kilometers of resources, which he didn't expect. In fact, he didn't have any hope for these rewards that Han Fei said. Qin Xiaoshu and Qin Xiaoya sucked in a deep breath. 50,000 kilometers worth of resources. That was such a huge amount of resources that they couldn't even imagine. But they knew that such a huge amount of resources should be enough for Chen Yi to cultivate to the peak of the Venerable Realm. Right? "Thank you, Master Han Fei." Qin Yi hurriedly saluted again. Han Fei said, "You deserve this." Then Han Fei casually threw out a jade slip. This jade slip records a venerable level divine quality body refining technique, which you deserve. However, this jade slip can only be read 3 times. Qin Ye's heart skipped a beat. Venerable level divine quality? He thought that he could accept high-quality ones. If it was an ultra-quality one, it would be the greatest reward. But he never expected that Han Fei's reward was a divine quality one. 3 times, which meant that Han Fei wouldn't allow him to teach this technique to anyone else. But thinking that this was a divine quality technique, Qin Ye's heart trembled. Han Fei didn't care about this and casually threw it to Qin Yi. The latter hurriedly held it in his hand and couldn't even speak. Han Fei didn't even look at the technique that he threw out, but looked at Qin Xiaoya and the pill in her hand. Then he looked at Qin Xiaoshu. These 2 boys both had problems with their congenital spiritual heritage, especially Qin Xiaoya. Her problem was much more serious. Her problem was just like Han Fei's congenital damaged meridians. However, the level of her spiritual heritage had been forcibly uprooted, and a lot of medicinal properties had accumulated in the little girl's body, almost turning her into a medicine man. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "How many of these pills has your sister taken?" Qin Yi hurriedly said, "Master, for..." Han Fei looked at the meridian-raising pill. This pill was not low-grade and should be very valuable. But after hearing what Qin Yi said before, and thinking that Chen Ye's father's comrade was in the Pioneer Sea Realm, he must have died. He reckoned that it must have died, and the mother of these 2 children was heavily injured when they were born. Han Fei said, "She can't eat anymore. If she eats anymore, she will die." Huh. Chen Yi was horrified and looked at Han Fei in astonishment. He didn't know why people would die if they ate the meridian-raising pill. But he knew that Han Fei was the man who defeated the Fighting Dragon Street and challenged the Heavenly Clan. What he said must be right. Immediately, Qin Yi panicked. His face was pale, and then he looked at Han Fei. "Senior Han Fei, please save my sister. I don't want the resources, the great technique. I don't want the great technique. But please save my sister." Han Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Oh, I dare not say that the great technique I give you will let you dominate the Venerable Realm, but it will be enough to easily make you a heavenly talent. The stronger you are, the more opportunities you'll have to access better cultivation techniques, combat skills, and great techniques. Are you sure you don't want them?" "Brother, shut up." "Senior, I can do it myself, but please save my sister." Han Fei grinned and said lightly, "You're not bad." Chapter 2343. At the peak of the explorer stage, there were very few people in the world of cultivation who could give up the greatest opportunity in their lives and give up the divine quality body refining technique. If he hadn't encountered this, he could have ignored it. However, this was only a small matter that was within his power. This little girl's congenital damaged meridians were caused by her lack of vitality and qi. For Han Fei, all he needed to do was to rebuild this little girl's spiritual meridians. It might be a bit difficult for others, but with the apocalyptic divine art, he could completely cure this little girl and give her a good talent. He only needed to consume less than 100 years of vitality. As for Chen Xiaoshu's problem, it was even simpler. He simply lacked qi and blood and lacked vitality. All he needed to do was replenish a little. Han Fei estimated that it would take him about 100 years of vitality to cure these two people. As for this 100-year lifespan, he could use the void lines to kill anyone and take it back. So he was not stingy. Han Fei stepped on the ground, and the entire courtyard was enveloped by an invisible barrier. Han Fei looked at the little girl and smiled. It will hurt, but the result will be very good. Do you dare to bear it? Qin Xiaoya nodded heavily. She was not afraid of pain. Compared with watching Qin Yi use all the resources of the family to buy her a meridian rising pill, she felt that the pain she endured was nothing. Under the nervous, anxious, and expectant gazes of Qin Yi and Qin Xiaoshu, Han Fei reached out and pressed his hand on Qin Xiaoya's head. The next moment, a golden light burst out, and at that moment, all the meridians in Qin Xiaoya's body collapsed. Ah! From the heart-wrenching roar at the beginning, to the next moment, she couldn't even scream anymore. Qin Ye's heart was shaking. He was still pressing Qin Xiaoshu with one hand to prevent him from doing anything impolite. Although he didn't know why Han Fei said that Qin Xiaoya would die if she took the meridian rising pill, he believed Han Fei. About 100 minutes later, when Qin Xiaoya's spiritual meridians were rebuilt, the power of the meridian rising pill accumulated in her body burst out at this moment. Qin Xiaoya's spiritual meridians began to be rebuilt, and they became level 8 spiritual meridians, only a little bit away from level 9. This was the spiritual meridians that Qin Xiaoya should theoretically have. Qin Xiaoya, who had rebuilt her meridians, passed out, but Han Fei had a strange feeling. Woo! So this was the feeling of channel sculpting? Interesting. Qin Yi and Qin Xiaoshu hurried to Qin Xiaoya. Under Qin Ye's expectant gaze, Han Fei said lightly, level 8 high-quality spiritual heritage is not bad. Buzz. At that time, Qin Yi and Qin Xiaoshu were dumbfounded. Level 8 high grade? Clack, before the two of them were surprised. Han Fei snapped his fingers, and Qin Xiaoshu was enveloped by a white light and passed out. Qin Yi, who didn't know what was going on, quickly looked at Han Fei, only to find that Han Fei had already put his hands behind his back and said, "They will wake up in a while. Your brother's qi and blood are weak. He'd better rest for half a year to consolidate his foundation before thinking about becoming a law enforcer. Our fate has come to an end. No one will blame you because of me. You don't have to come to courtyard 306 anymore." Before Qin Yi could express his gratitude, the seal suddenly disappeared, and Han Fei was nowhere to be seen in front of Qin Yi. But even so, Qin Yi still grinned and bowed deeply to the void. "Thank you, Senior Han Fei, for giving me a second chance. I will never forget it." Han Fei left quietly. However, even he didn't know that Qin Xiaoya's reshaped spiritual heritage was inexplicably emitting a faint shimmer, which was the vitality in the spiritual heritage and a trace of inexplicable golden light. These two were slightly changing Qin Xiaoya's spiritual heritage until Qin Xiaoya stepped into the 9th grade spiritual heritage in one fell swoop. For Qin Yi, Han Fei's casual help was a great favor that he would never be able to repay in his life. But Han Fei felt that he had just done a trivial thing. In his mind, he was thinking about who he would meet later and how he would talk to them. Han Fei, who had already obtained the map of the divine capital dynasty, easily found the number 1021 island. As soon as he arrived on the number 1021 island, Han Fei felt something was wrong. With his strength after turning into a star, he could easily feel that something subtle had happened on the number 1021 island. For example, he felt that there was a slight Tao of time here, which was only equivalent to an imperceptible repetition of a fallen leaf in the process of falling. For others, they wouldn't pay much attention to this kind of small detail. Here was the great path of time, which didn't have the same effect as a falling leaf. The great path of time here had an effect on the growth of some spiritual plants. This was also the great path of time that Han Fei walked. He felt the Tao of time and then followed the traces to investigate, only to find that there was a slight abnormality here. Otherwise, Han Fei probably wouldn't care. Normal people wouldn't care. In the divine capital dynasty, one's perception couldn't be easily scanned. Otherwise, once detected, they would definitely be held accountable. At that time, even if they were no match for Han Fei, there would naturally be stronger people who would show up. After all, this was the divine capital dynasty. Han Fei could kill I Ching, which was within the rules, but this didn't mean that Han Fei could be unscrupulous. Therefore, Han Fei just followed one of the abnormal spiritual plants. One of the leaves had a pattern on it that was growing repeatedly. Following this pattern, Han Fei changed his appearance until he came to a place called the Prophecy House. Han Fei couldn't help but sneer. Mo Chi just asked him to come to the number 1021 island of the divine capital dynasty and didn't tell him the location. He said that he would know when he arrived. Now it seemed that there was no way out. Since he was here, Han Fei was naturally ready to get in touch with these people who had mastered the great path of time. Without thinking much, he walked straight in. He didn't know if people like Mo Chi and the others liked this kind of non-mainstream style. When he entered this prophecy house, he saw that there was almost no place to step, and there were all kinds of things everywhere. There were treasure materials, strange tools, various jade slips, information, shells and bones of marine creatures, and many seemingly very old weapons. Anyway, this place was no better than Mo Chi's place. Han Fei moved around in this garbage station that looked like a flea market for a while, and he finally found a relatively clean and spacious place in this rubbish-like garbage dump. The entire area was about 20 square meters. In this 20 square meters, there was an old man sitting on a table facing the door, and he was looking at a conch shell. The conch shell had almost turned into a fossil, but the old man didn't mind and was still looking at it carefully. In his hand, there was another conch shell, but he didn't seem to want to study it for the time being. Behind the old man, in two other places, a young man was lying on a chair with his eyes closed. However, around him, there were at least 50 jade slips floating. Obviously, although his body didn't move, his brain was moving. There was also a young girl holding a piece of cloth and wiping the crystal ball in her hand. It was as if she didn't notice someone coming at all. These three people's auras were restrained. Even Han Fei could only faintly feel the collision of the great path and could barely see through their strength. Han Fei walked forward, half of his body almost lying on the table, but these three people still didn't react. Even if this old man was less than half a meter away from him, he didn't react. Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head. He picked up the forearm-long conch shell beside the old man. He looked at the conch shell carefully for a while, and then he looked at the old man, only to find that the old man looked focused, and there seemed to be some strange brilliance in his eyes. Han Fei couldn't help but have a thought. He secretly activated the great path of time, and then found that in his eyes the conch shell in his hand had a feeling that it was alive. At that moment, he seemed to see the flesh of the conch and a smiling mouth. Han Fei thought to himself, is this old man tracing the original form of this conch shell? Han Fei hadn't thought of using the great path of time to trace back time. Isn't it my past? Wait, what if I don't go back, but just try to see his past through one thing? Han Fei couldn't help but look at the conch shell in his hand. When the great path of time was secretly activated and gathered in his eyes, when Han Fei's eyes looked at the conch shell, he seemed to see a layer of illusory fog. When the power of his soul gathered and imprinted on the fog, Han Fei seemed to see a kind of illusory scene. He saw a conch crawling on the bottom of the sea, with hexagonal eyes like antennas and a vertical mouth that gnawed on seaweed. Suddenly, Han Fei saw this crawling conch was picked up by a big black fish, and after swimming for a while, it was thrown into a sea spider's nest. When the sea spider opened the cover of the conch shell with its disdainful hooks, put its thin claws in, and killed the conch. As soon as it took out a little of the conch meat, the big black fish appeared again, picked up the conch again, and began to gnaw on it. Hiss! At this time, Han Fei felt a slight tingling in his soul. But he was curious about what kind of environment it was, so he wanted to take a deeper look. Thus, he saw the conch that had been half-eaten. Its flesh and blood began to heal. Han Fei even felt that he could see the squirming form of its flesh, the changes of its body, and the gathering of power. This conch seemed to have stored its last power in the depths of the conch shell, where there were hundreds of small conches. They were quickly absorbing this energy. At this time, Han Fei felt a little uncomfortable again. Suddenly, he heard the old man say, "Young man, it seems that this is the first time you have traced back time." Chapter 2344. Han Fei closed his eyes slightly and let himself come back to himself. When he came back to himself, he saw that the old man was looking at him with a faint smile. The young man stopped reading the jade slip and looked at Han Fei curiously. The young woman stopped wiping the crystal ball and looked at Han Fei with a hint of joy in her eyes. Under the gazes of the three of them, Han Fei said calmly, "Is this tracing back time?" "What else do you think it is?" the old man asked. "To trace back time, shouldn't you enter time and then cross the river of time?" Han Fei didn't hide the fact that he had mastered the great path of time, because the old man didn't hide it. The old man looked at Han Fei with a smile and shook his head slightly. Tracing back time doesn't mean that you have to chase the past. It's troublesome to chase the past, but isn't it easier to just look at the past? It's like when you casually looked back just now, you crossed almost 3 million years of time. How much will it cost if you want to trace back to 3 million years ago? Han Fei frowned. Is this conch from 3 million years ago? Although he didn't really go back in time, he knew that it was impossible for him to go back 3 million years with his Tao of time. Not to mention half of it, even 1/10 of it would be too much for him. You could enter the river of time by taking the great path of time, but it didn't mean that the river of time was your home. You could wander freely in it. Han Fei gently put down the conch shell and looked at the junk in the room. Then he realized what these people were doing. They seemed to be exploring the past and tracing the past. The reason why they traced back in this way was that, as the old man said, they had to cross the river of time to chase the past. It was too far away and couldn't be done by ordinary great path of time. Suddenly, a question occurred to Han Fei. He was wondering if the future was also studying the present, since they were studying history. Han Fei said, "How do you know it's the present?" The name Prophecy House doesn't seem to be used to trace back the past. "Giggle," the girl said. "The future is a forbidden zone of time. Only a few people can foresee it." Han Fei said with a smile, "Oh, what did you foresee?" The young man said, "The future is unpredictable. It's unpredictable for you and me." Han Fei chuckled. "You can foresee others, but you can't foresee yourself." "Interesting." Han Fei shrugged. He had no interest in this game. Mo Chi asked me to come in her place. She didn't tell me the reason or who she was meeting. "So who are you?" The young girl said, "You should have some guesses in your heart, right?" Until this moment, Han Fei finally confirmed the identity of the other party and said with a smile, "I thought the Temple of Time was the most mysterious existence of the legendary 3 divine temples. I didn't expect you to settle in the divine capital dynasty so openly and even open a shop on the street." The old man smiled and said, "Being mysterious doesn't conflict with running a shop. We are still mysterious as always." Having no time to beat around the bush, Han Fei asked straightforwardly, "So, you were waiting for me?" The old man said, "Young man, you're smart." Han Fei said leisurely, "Is it so easy for the Temple of Time to absorb others? Do you know who I am?" The old man shook his head slightly. "I don't need to know who you are. All I need to know is that you've taken the Time Dao. Of course, not everyone who has taken the Time Dao can enter the Temple of Time. Otherwise, the threshold would be too low." Han Fei was just testing whether Mo Qi had informed these people about his identity as the human emperor. If she had, his alliance with Mo Qi would end here. Although this old man said he didn't know who knew whether he knew or not. So Han Fei was very vigilant now. But the next moment, Han Fei said, "I think it's not common for people to take the Time Dao, right?" The old man nodded. Han Fei said, "Since it's not common, just a few days ago, Han Fei broke through the Fighting Dragon Street and killed Yi Qianqing. You should know this, right?" The old man nodded. Han Fei asked, "In that case, do you know who I am?" However, the old man still smiled and said, "I know you are Han Fei, but I don't know your real identity. Even though you have revealed the War God Seal, there is no reason for you to appear in the chaotic wasteland. So, your appearance is a mystery." Han Fei smiled. "Not convincing." The young man said, "Very convincing. Because your identity is actually not important. In this sea world, there are millions of races. How can there be so many details? It's just that some people think you're good, so they want to observe you." Han Fei said with a smile, "Observe what? To see if I am suitable to join the Temple of Time?" The girl said, "Although you have the strength to kill Yi Qianqing, entering the Temple of Time is something that countless experts yearn for even in their dreams, but never have the opportunity to do so." Han Fei chuckled. "Miss, I can kill Yi Qianqing, and I am confident of getting the reward of this 10,000 years competition. I am very confident in my ability. If I do, what attraction will the Temple of Time have to me?" The girl said, "The road to becoming an emperor is also long, and there are many unknowns on this road. How many people do you think can give you a reference? In such a vast sea world, if an emperor is selfish, how can you go on this road?" Han Fei sneered. "Miss, do you think I can't go on without the Temple of Time?" The girl seemed a little angry, but she didn't lose her temper. She just said, "So what do you want?" Han Fei said, "What do I want? Let's see what you can give me first. By the way, Mo Qi asked me to come to you just to give me a test, right?" Han Fei originally wanted to argue with this girl, but on second thought, why not take this opportunity to see the test of the Temple of Time? Although the Temple of Time seemed to have opened a shop here openly, they were still mysterious. At least he didn't know some of their internal situation. Besides, Feng Yu didn't know either. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to learn more about the Great Way of Time, would it help him further understand the Great Way of Time? Therefore, Han Fei didn't refuse immediately. Anyway, it was just a test. It didn't say that he must join the Temple of Time after taking the test. The old man smiled slightly. "Yes and no. Before taking this test, we will tell you some secrets of this world. Don't worry about the test." "Oh, then I'm all ears." Han Fei sat on a clam casually. Compared with taking the test, he was also very interested in the secrets of this world. He just didn't know how much this old man could tell, and whether he could tell more than Chu Hao. The old man said, "More than 100,000 years ago, the gods fell. You know this, right?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." Han Fei thought to himself, "Not only do I know, but I also know the reason." The old man said, "The reason you can understand it as a terrifying power, an unknown power beyond the gods, which will bring the destruction of the entire sea realm and even the Star Sea." Han Fei pretended to be taken aback, but then said with a smile, "A power beyond the gods? Destroy the Star Sea?" The girl behind the old man, after seeing Han Fei's expression, obviously had a trace of disdain, as if she were standing on the peak of knowledge and looking down at Han Fei. The old man said slowly, "The stronger you are, the more you will know about this world." With that, the old man took out a crystal ball and pushed it in front of Han Fei. Han Fei thought this old man was going to tell him, but when he saw the time flowing on the crystal ball, he knew he was going to see it in person. Han Fei didn't doubt it. Feng Yu was paying attention to him coming to the number 1021 island. Not to mention that these people had no reason to attack him. Even if they really wanted to harm him, Feng Yu would probably watch them and take action. Han Fei didn't care. He took the crystal ball and sank his perception into it. At that moment, the world that Han Fei saw changed. He was in an unknown galaxy, surrounded by countless densely packed star remains. It seemed that someone was fighting fiercely. He saw a black fog that covered a boundless area, devouring those broken star debris. From time to time, there would be terrifying energy ripples emanating from the black fog. Every time the energy ripples vibrated, the surrounding debris of the stars would become even more damaged. Suddenly, Han Fei vaguely saw that an invisible force was leading tens of thousands of stars that were filled with surging energy into the black fog. Rumble. The continuous explosions were beyond Han Fei's understanding. Han Fei naturally couldn't imagine how terrifying the power of the explosion of a star was. But he saw that in the black fog there seemed to be a black hole. He didn't know if it was caused by the power of the explosion of the many stars. A large area of the black fog was crazily devoured. At that moment, Han Fei vaguely saw that there seemed to be a figure fighting there. He couldn't see it clearly at all. Just like what he saw in the god's ruin, he seemed to only see a mass of golden light. Oh no, it was not just a mass of golden light. In the fog further away, Han Fei seemed to see a figure. Voila! In the universe, a long river suddenly appeared. It was a strange long river filled with blue water. What was it if not the river of time? Han Fei saw a figure walking out of the river of time, but it seemed that the figure turned into time. The long river bloomed, and the ripples of time swept across an unknown distance. Where the time covered, the black fog disappeared, and the big stars gathered again. Han Fei felt a sharp pain in his eyes, but he really wanted to see what happened behind. But the black fog had disappeared at this moment. What he saw was the reconstruction of countless stars. As the picture moved forward, Han Fei's position seemed to have changed. At that moment, he saw that there seemed to be a big hole in this sea of stars, a very big hole. Han Fei felt that it was bigger than all the roads he had walked in his life. Even though Han Fei knew his current state, he still felt how small he was. Rumble. In the big hole, countless blue chains began to spread out, from 10 at first, then 100, and then tens of thousands of them burst out in a flash and extended outwards. Then, the thing that seemed to be the chains of time locked up the incomparably huge hole in the sea of stars. Everything in the surroundings came to an end. At the last moment, Han Fei seemed to see some figures appear in the darkness. They stood in the darkness. Some looked back, some walked into the darkness, and in the end, they all disappeared in the darkness, until there were only stars left in Han Fei's eyes. Chapter 2345. When everything in front of him disappeared and Han Fei returned to reality from the chaotic star sea, he subconsciously closed his eyes and slowly opened them after a long time. When he opened his eyes, he saw the old man and the other two looking at him quietly. Han Fei returned to normal, thought about the scene just now, and asked seriously, "What was that?" The old man was slightly surprised. "You calmed down so quickly. I didn't even see much shock on your face. What's the point of being shocked? Anyway, you will tell me." The girl curled her lips, and the young man said, "That's a small part of the battle of the gods." The battle of the gods? Han Fei recalled the scene he had just seen. The big stars were like rain, the void rolled backward, and the chains of time sealed the sea of stars. With all sorts of mystical and terrifying powers, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't shocked. In fact, he had also guessed it. Han Fei said, "So, what can you tell me by showing me this?" The old man said lightly, "That black fog will come back." Han Fei pretended to pause for a while and then said calmly, "So?" The old man said, "You should have seen the strong masters of the Temple of Time seal it, right? I showed you all this to tell you the power of the Temple of Time and to tell you that the world we live in is not safe. Also, I want to tell you that in this world there is a mysterious power that surpasses the gods. What do you want to cultivate?" Han Fei smiled slightly. "Well, you did tell me some secrets about this world, but if that power surpasses the gods, why? Do you think I have the talent to surpass the gods?" Puff, the girl didn't recognize him at all. "You are really narcissistic." Han Fei shrugged. "Then what's the point of showing me this?" The old man said, "We are telling you that once the ominous darkness revives, you and I, the billions of races, and all living beings in the world will be annihilated. And entering the Temple of Time, it doesn't matter whether you can become a god or not, as long as you can prove your Tao. On the way to proving your Tao, we are the strongest." Han Fei smiled and said, "The strongest? Why do you think so?" The old man said, "The Temple of Time observes the long river of time, recounts the past, and sees all the Tao in the world. In this world, there is no force that has an easier path in the Emperor realm than the Time Temple." Han Fei chuckled. "Unfortunately, Senior, you didn't convince me. The Grand Tao of Time is only one of my many Grand Taos. It's not my true Tao. Also, the Temple of Time can see all the Taos in the universe. That's a lie. At most, you can see some Taos that have appeared before, but you lack the ability to create new Taos. Even if you can stand on the shoulders of your predecessors, continue to grow, rise rapidly, and even become gods. However, the strong who rose from the same old path, which is what I saw just now, can't deal with the power that surpasses the gods. If that's the case, why should I join you?" With that, Han Fei got up. "The Temple of Time is strong, but if this is your path, then I just want to say that the road is narrow. I have no interest in such a Temple of Time." The three people in the prophecy house all looked surprised. What they had just shown Han Fei represented the rapid growth of venerable emperors. They thought that a genius like Han Fei could easily see through it. He would soon find that as long as he joined the Temple of Time, he would soon stand at the top of the Sea Realm. However, this guy actually gave up on such a huge temptation. In the history of the Temple of Time, no more than 10 people had been so easily given up in all the recruitment. "Hey, you don't even want to know what the test is, and you refuse us. You will regret it." The girl looked at Han Fei and said angrily. Han Fei smiled and said, "Regret? If that's all the Temple of Time can show me, then I can't. Sorry, I really don't know what I should regret. Oh, maybe in the future, if you can show me something else that can really move me, I may consider it." The old man's eyes were distant, and he took a deep breath. "What can move you?" Han Fei shrugged. "I don't know. It depends on you." With that, Han Fei was about to leave. "Stop." Then the girl shouted at Han Fei, "Are you looking down on the Temple of Time?" Han Fei couldn't help laughing. "Girl, is there something wrong with your brain? We just have different ideas. I don't deny the strength of the Temple of Time, nor do I mean to look down on you. However, this is not my way, nor the way I think is right. What's wrong? You're angry because I rejected you? Do you want to force me to join? Bah, I don't even know if you can pass the test. Now you left, maybe you don't dare to take the test. Do you dare to fight with me?" "Tianran, don't be rude." The old man smiled slightly apologetically. "Little friend Han Fei, since you don't want to, the Temple of Time will naturally not force you. It's just that the scene you saw just now, please don't spread it around." Han Fei smiled slightly. "Don't worry, it doesn't matter if ordinary people know about this kind of thing. I don't even bother to tell others. But I think this girl's proposal is very good. I also want to see the power of the Temple of Time. It's not inappropriate to have a spar." In this regard, the old man did not refuse. To be honest, He also wanted to see Han Fei's strength. Above the sea of stars, this was a door opened by the old man, and he walked into the star sea. Han Fei was quite surprised. Ordinary people could only appear in their own star sea. If they wanted to go to the star sea where they were, they should have to fly across the infinite sky. But this old man opened a door casually, which made Han Fei wonder how strong this old man was. Was he an emperor? Or did he use some other method to make himself appear in this sea of stars? But in any case, the girl named Tianran appeared in front of Han Fei at this moment. The old man and the young man stood in the distance and watched. Humph! I know you defeated Yi Qianqing. I also know that your strength has not reached the late stage of the star transformation realm. My strength is only at the late stage of the star transformation realm. Let's see how powerful you are. Tianran took the lead. As soon as she made a move, Han Fei felt that the surrounding area was suddenly blocked by time. As if a formation field was condensed in an instant, the sword of time slashed towards Han Fei. Turning time into a knife, Han Fei often used this trick himself. But through Tianran's hand, Han Fei felt that the flow of time in this sword of time was different. This meant that once he was cut open, his body would be scattered in different fragments of time. It was as if he had been sealed all of a sudden. Interesting. Han Fei felt it was quite refreshing. He had never fought against a strong master who walked on the great path of time. But as soon as the fight started, he felt that this girl was extraordinary. Han Fei didn't attack with all his strength at the beginning. Tianran could stagger time and shape swords of time that flowed in different directions. Then he just needed to shape chaotic time outside of himself and smash these swords of time. By confusing time, he could easily break Tianran's great technique. As soon as the sword of time hit Han Fei, it was twisted into the vortex of time, and the chaotic time fell into the river of time and then returned to peace. But this was just a test. Han Fei punched out with a backhand. Tianran waved her hand casually, and this punch was launched into another time. Tianran sneered. Your fist technique is useless in a battle of the great path of time. Oh no, Tianran launched another sword. This sword of time was not something that simple chaotic time could resist. Han Fei stretched out his hand and pushed, and time decelerated. But Tianran smiled disdainfully and accelerated time to offset the time deceleration. Han Fei also opened the dislocation of time like Tianran, trying to lead this sword to another time. But the time gap that Han Fei had just summoned was broken by this sword. Han Fei, who had no time to react, stepped back and entered the river of time, dealing with this move by reversing time. When Han Fei reappeared, he had returned to the position and state a few seconds ago. However, to his surprise, this sword was still in front of him. F***CK? Tianran said, You can reverse time, so can my sword. It can even cross time and return to the past. Not far away, the old man and the young man who were watching the battle nodded slightly. The young man remarked, It seems that he is indeed not familiar with the great path of time. As he said, this is not what he is best at. The old man nodded slightly. Yes, a newbie, interesting. Han Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the sword of time disappeared. Seeing that his sword strike had disappeared, Tianran was flabbergasted. What kind of technique was this? Where was his sword? After Han Fei got the power of this sword of time, he didn't find anything special about it. This was just an ordinary sword of time. This showed that the characteristics of this sword had nothing to do with the sword itself, but should only be related to the natural great path. Therefore, it was not that this sword was powerful, but that Tianran's control of the great path of time was higher than his. Everyone had their own specialties. Han Fei had always walked the great path of time on his own. There was no one to verify or compare with. These were all taught to him by little time. Compared with the people of the Temple of Time, he was naturally much worse. Han Fei stood proudly in the sea of stars and smiled faintly. Again. Chapter 2346. Han Fei had never underestimated the great Tao of time. In fact, even his own great Tao of time, which was not very strong, had saved him countless times. Therefore, he showed a strong interest in nature's use of the great Tao of time. For example, Han Fei learned from nature and used the power of time to imprison the possibility of nature's dislocation of time. Then, countless fist marks burst out, wanting to see how nature would deal with it. However, nature pointed her finger and time stood still. Only Han Fei, who was enchanted by the Tao of time, was not affected. His fist mark actually stopped in the void. It shouldn't be. She can stop time, and I should also lift it. Since I'm not affected by time, there should be several ways to break it. I can attach the Tao of time to my attack, or turn this place into my own domain. Han Fei already had a trick in his mind. When he punched the next time, the Tao of time covered the fist mark. Nature smiled contemptuously. Such a simple use. You know nothing about time. Han Fei didn't feel ashamed because he was laughed at. After all, he hadn't studied this Tao much, and the great Tao of time was difficult. Seeing his fist mark, which was enchanted with the Tao of time, being blocked by another Tao of time, the fist mark exploded in the void. Han Fei felt strange at that time. Why could the other party's Tao of time block his? Although the Tao was the same, the time frequency was different, right? F***CK. She saw through the essence of my time Taoist rhyme. Han Fei couldn't help but have such an idea, but he wasn't discouraged, because he felt that the usage of the Tao of time was limited. Dislocation of time, time flow, time reverse, time stop, this kind of thing should be a competition of ideas and the mastery of the great Tao of time. Of course, ideas were also based on the understanding of the great Tao of time. As for now, Han Fei didn't know much about it, but he had a lot of advanced ideas. He just hadn't implemented them yet. For example, when he saw that his attack couldn't hurt nature, Han Fei added the disordered power of time to his fist mark, which was the chaotic power of time flowing in different directions. How could she capture the frequency of his great Tao of time? Thinking of this, Han Fei forcibly launched an attack. The surrounding time was chaotic, but this time, different from the chaotic time Han Fei created just now, it caused a strong vibration in the space. He heard Tianran shout, "You don't know anything, yet you use it recklessly." The chaotic power of time requires an extraordinary vessel. But in the next moment, the void around Han Fei exploded, and a storm suddenly rose, but Han Fei still punched out. In the void storm, Han Fei was as steady as a mountain. No matter how much the storm rained on him, he couldn't be shaken at all. What was originally thought to be a chaotic flow of time had instead formed a strange cycle. All of the chaotic time energy was sucked into this strange cycle of time. So no matter how chaotic the surroundings were, he was safe and sound. Even the old man and the young man were surprised. The man was surprised. This is a time loop? How could he create a power like the time cycle now? The old man frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before saying, "No, this isn't a time loop. This is the cyclic time frequency." Ah, the young man was dumbfounded. What was that? Why don't I understand? The old man said, "You've all learned this technique. It's not a time loop, but a quantification of time. You should still remember that there was a great technique in the Void Temple that quantified the Tao of time. Then you can reverse time within 10 units and create a time attack that only you can use and others can't crack. However, this belongs to the chaotic time." The young man frowned. "I remember it, but how can I quantify it like this? By right, reversing time at this frequency should cause chaos. Why isn't he chaotic at all? The power of time can't hurt him at all." The old man said, "As long as he follows a certain frequency, he won't be affected by the chaos." The frequency of reversing time, he found, doesn't include this point of time at all. But at the moment when the Tao of time bursts out, he realizes a cycle connecting the beginning and the end. Just like a circle. A circle? The young man didn't understand, but the old man exclaimed, "Genius, he's really a peerless, heavenly talent." I can guarantee that he just comprehended it. He noticed the Tao of time that Tianran captured his Tao of time just now. So he immediately realized that maybe he did want to use the chaotic time to resist it at first. But then he found that he could shape the frequency of the Tao of time. Then he found an almost perfect time reversal frequency in an instant. In fact, just as the old man thought, Han Fei did find a unique frequency, which was the legendary pi. Han Fei's original intention was to find a time frequency that Tianran couldn't imitate. Because Tianran's methods were strange, if the frequency he found wasn't complicated, it might be accidentally cracked by Tianran. So he thought of the endless pi. However, after using this frequency, Han Fei found that he seemed to have an accident. That was, he found that the chaotic power of time didn't hurt him at all. They actually gave birth to an inexplicable power cycle. How inexplicable was this power cycle? For example, the punch that Han Fei punched out just now was cut by a natural sword of time and shattered. However, the next moment, the shattered fist mark condensed again and continued to attack Tianran. Time freeze. Tianran hurriedly unleashed the power of time freeze. But Han Fei's punch wasn't restricted by this power at all, because the time frequency attached to this punch broke through Tianran's time frequency. Not only that, Tianran wanted to use time dislocation to split Han Fei's punch. But as soon as the power of time dislocation burst out, it was destroyed by this punch. At that time, Tianran didn't feel good. This person was clearly a newbie who didn't have a deep understanding of the Tao of time. How come he suddenly burst out a punch and I can't crack it? Why can the Tao of time that Han Fei punched out reassemble after being shattered? In the end, Tianran triggered the Tao of time in front of him and exploded at the same time after touching Han Fei's punch. This time, the punch that burst out by Han Fei seemed to want to reassemble, but before it could, it was annihilated. However, the scene of the fist mark reassembling stunned Tianran, the old man and the young man. A casual punch actually broke Tianran's multiple time techniques? What kind of magical time frequency did Han Fei find? Tianran and the others were just surprised. But Han Fei understood why this punch couldn't reassemble. That was because there is no such thing as an absolutely perfect technique in the world, nor an absolutely perfect frequency. There was no end to pi. Han Fei just used it to 1,000 digits, which was already good enough to cause such lethality. In fact, even if he remembered 10,000 or 100,000 digits, the effect might not be much better than now. It was estimated that he could only last 2 rounds and reassemble 2 more times than now. The fundamental reason was still related to his own strength. And the reason why Tianran and the others didn't understand was that the things they came into contact with were very profound, but they actually didn't understand the simplest things. It was like they couldn't calculate the tens of thousands of digits of pi, and the more complicated things were, the simpler they were. So Han Fei felt that it was only natural that he could win. At this time, Han Fei suddenly grinned and said, "Oh, do you have any other means?" Tianran's eyes turned cold. "Don't be so smug." Then a sword of time appeared in front of Tianran. Han Fei thought to himself, what else can he do? At the moment when this sword rushed over, Han Fei was about to block it. But this sword disappeared. Han Fei was puzzled. This sword had completely disappeared. It didn't make sense that it disappeared inexplicably. But at this moment, a time sword domain burst out around Han Fei, and the swords of time rushed at Han Fei. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Hey, I've used this trick before. Do you have any new ones?" Han Fei casually threw out a sea of knives, but none of the so-called time sword domain could touch him. Just when Han Fei was about to continue to shout, suddenly, a sword of time appeared in front of him, which was exactly the one that had disappeared before. This sword appeared abruptly, and even his sense of crisis appeared at the moment the sword appeared. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been cut by this sword, because he wouldn't have time to resist or dodge. Still, Han Fei stole the power of this sword of time again. Sure enough, he couldn't underestimate the people of the Temple of Time. What kind of trick is this? The sword that disappeared a moment ago appeared a moment later. If it came from the River of Time, he would definitely be able to see it. The point was that there was no movement in the River of Time just now. It was as if this sword had jumped in the air for a period of time. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. This was a super technique. If he learned this technique, combined with the frequency of pi that he had just comprehended, it would be almost impossible to defend against it. Therefore, Han Fei grabbed again without hesitation and directly stole nature's great way. Nature was not I Chien and didn't have the ability to dodge and steal in an instant. So, when this sword appeared in Han Fei's hand, nature somehow forgot how to use the great way of time. Nature was suddenly horrified. You, what did you do to me? Why can't I feel the great way of time? Han Fei casually waved nature's sword, cut open the time sword domain, and said lightly, I've temporarily sealed it. It will naturally recover after a while. Even the old man couldn't help but frown. Sealed? Where did the sealing power come from? Why didn't I feel it? Chapter 2347. Finally, the old man spoke up. All right, Tianran, you're not strong enough, so stop scratching. The old man said, Little friend Han Fei, please remove the seal. Han Fei smiled faintly. My seal can't be lifted, but it has a time limit. He will recover after a while. In fact, Han Fei was experiencing the natural great Tao of time. All of a sudden, a lot of ideas and knowledge about the great Tao of time appeared in his head. In the past, there were many things that he did not understand. Because Han Fei also walked on the Tao of time, he didn't need to use the Jade Bridge to create something out of nothing. As long as he seized the natural great Tao, he would be able to comprehend it for himself. Of course, Han Fei wouldn't release it before he naturally regained his Tao. He still needed to comprehend it. It wasn't until 100 seconds later that Han Fei realized something. It turned out that the power that nature had displayed just now was called time jump. As the name suggested, it was a great time technique that skipped a period of time. It sounded ridiculous, but the great Tao of space had void transference and space jump. Why couldn't the great Tao of time have it too? After about 220 breaths, Tianran suddenly regained all of her knowledge of the great Tao of time. At this time, she let out a long sigh of relief, thinking that the seal should have been lifted. At this time, Han Fei smiled. Okay, since the seal has been lifted, let's go back. The elder activated a crystal ball and opened a door. Everyone walked in and once again appeared in the prophecy house. Humph! Tianran coldly snorted. Her skills were not as good as others, so she had nothing to say. But she still didn't like people like Han Fei. He was too arrogant and even looked down on the Temple of Time. This time, Han Fei didn't sit down. He smiled and said, After this spar, I've come to realize that the path of the Temple of Time is too narrow. Although you're very proficient in using the great Tao of time, you're too reliant on it. I am different. I take the high road. There are many. For example, if I walk the path of invincibility, does anyone from the Temple of Time walk it? I'm guessing that in the entire history of the Temple of Time, no one has ever taken this path. After that, Han Fei waved his hand gently and then walked out of the door. He said, My agreement with Mo Chi has been fulfilled. As for the test, there was no need for that. I don't think the Temple of Time will burn the bridge after crossing it. After Han Fei left, Miss Tianran yelled, Why are you so arrogant? It's just that I can't beat him. Not everyone in the Temple of Time is like that. What's wrong with walking the path of invincibility? Who does he think he is? How does he know that our Temple of Time doesn't walk the path of invincibility? However, the old man shook his head Slightly, he's right. In the history of the Temple of Time, no one has ever walked on the invincible road. Ah, why? Tianran and the young man were surprised. Although the invincible road was rare, how could there not be one in the entire history of the Temple of Time? The old man continued, because the path to the undefeatable realm is incompatible with our time shrine. The road to the invincible realm could be understood as a result of fighting. It was an incomparably terrifying willpower. But our Temple of Time is better at learning, and the path of invincibility cannot be learned. The young man asked, Elder Gua, are we just going to let him go? The old man was silent for a moment. He is still in contact with Mo Chi. Find a way to inform Mo Chi about this, and see if you can persuade him through her. If the Temple of Time has an alternative heavenly talent like him, who doesn't take time as the main line, maybe a new road will appear. Tianran asked, Elder Gua, is this person trustworthy? What is his origin? Why didn't Mo Chi tell us? The old man said, if he told us, do you think there would be any interaction between him and Mo Chi? They may even become enemies because of this. Tianran muttered, is the Temple of Time afraid of him? The old man said, it's not a matter of fear, but whether it is necessary or not. Mo Chi asked him to come here, which means that Mo Chi wants to let us see him. This also shows that Mo Chi has a certain understanding of him. Otherwise, why would she ask him to come, and why would she want to absorb him into the Temple of Time? A month and a half later, in the courtyard where Han Fei lived, he was lying on a reclining chair with his eyes closed, and the news from Neza echoed in his mind. The leader of the Wanderer City team was Han Fei's acquaintance, Duan Qingxi. In Neza's memory, Han Fei had seen the other two of the 4 divine generals supported by the Wanderer City. But so far, only Xingyu and Duan Qingxi had contact with Han Fei. At this moment, Duan Qingxi summoned Neza's clone and the others and said, in this 10,000 years competition, the Divine Capital Dynasty has extremely generous rewards. The top 10 will be rewarded with divine weapons, world origin, mystic yellow soil, and resources. Of course, the higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards will be. Even the top 10 to the top 100 will be rewarded with ultra-quality sea, quelling bizarre treasures, world origin, mystic yellow soil, and resources. But I don't expect you to get those rewards. If you can't beat them, don't fight. Even if you watch the whole competition, you will benefit a lot. Someone said, since you're here, why don't you try? Duan Qingxi said, this world is not fair. There are countless heavenly talents on the divine land of the East Ocean. Although you can rank at the top of the Wanderer City, it's hard to say. You can fight for the top 10 in the Wanderer City. But in the divine land of the East Ocean, it's hard to say. If you can't even save your life, why do you want to fight for it? Then, Duan Qingxi glanced at Neza's clone, but then turned her head, thinking it was a pity. If Neza's real body was still in the Pioneer Sea Realm, he might be able to fight for the top 10. On the other side, Zhang Daqian's clone turned into Yi Fenglu, and Li Xinhao was chatting with him. Brother Fenglu, I heard a piece of news. It's said that before the 10,000 years competition begins, there will be a preliminary competition. It's a super large-scale group challenge. In the first round, people will be eliminated, and in the next round, half of them will be eliminated. There will be a total of 3 rounds. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This is interesting. God knows where this fatty got the news. He even knows about the preliminary competition? Han Fei asked, preliminary competition? What kind of preliminary competition? Li Xinhao said in a low voice, Brother Fenglu, I certainly don't know that. However, I know that in one of the 3 preliminary competitions, people can fight each other to the death. Do you know what that means? It means that you may die. Brother Fenglu, I'm the closest to you in the first squad. Brother Fenglu, please take me with you. As he spoke, Li Xinhao stuffed the star shell into Han Fei's hand. God knew how many resources his father, Li Datsai, gave to Li Xinhao before he came here. Judging from this guy's personality, it was rather horrifying that he hadn't given away all the resources even after 50 years in the wilderness. Han Fei asked, "What did Bai Ranran say?" "Huh." Li Xinhao immediately said, "Then I'll definitely come to you first, Brother Feng Lu." Seeing Han Fei's eyes, Li Xinhao grinned and said, "The captain said that there must be a team battle in such a situation. If the rules don't allow team battles, I can only count on myself." Han Fei looked at Li Xinhao casually. "Do you think the rules allow team battles?" Li Xinhao shrugged. "I don't think so. According to common sense, there won't be a life and death battle in the first round. Too many people have been eliminated in the first round. If there's a team battle, a lot of people will be here to make up the numbers. In the second round, I think that a lot of people will be eliminated in the first round, so it's possible that there will be a team battle. But my guess is that there won't be a life and death battle in the second round because it's an elite team. The strong will be protected by the team and won't be eliminated easily. So, it can only be the third round." Han Fei asked, "So, will the third round be an individual competition or a team competition?" Li Xinhao was stunned for a moment. "I can't say exactly whether it's an individual competition or a team competition. There's no distinction in the qualifiers. It's exactly because I can't figure it out that I'm here for you, Brother Feng Lu. If it's a team competition, you must help me, Brother Feng Lu. I'm fat and I'm not good at fighting. But I, Li Xinhao, am a loyal friend." Han Fei chuckled in his heart. "Why are you talking about such nonsense?" Han Fei said, "If your guess is correct, just follow me." Li Xinhao was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Fenglu, who was the second coldest in the team, to be so easygoing. In Li Xinhao's opinion, Hong Yu was the coldest, Han Fei was the second, and Bai Ranran was the third, because Bai Ranran was at least willing to talk, but Hong Yu and Han Fei weren't. As for Panning, although it was said that he had suffered a lot in the past years, Li Xinhao didn't think that a descendant of a big family like Panning was trustworthy and not as reliable as Hong Yu and Han Fei. After all, Hong Yu and Han Fei had bribed him with resources, and they accepted it. Their captain didn't have the habit of accepting bribes, so he didn't bribe him either. But in any case, Li Xinhao felt that he was much safer and comfortable. On this side, Han Fei was lying when Feng Xingliu suddenly shouted, "Han Fei, don't lie down. Come on, let me introduce some friends to you." Chapter 2348. Feng Xingliu was released by Feng Yu half a month ago. Of course, his wounds had been healed, or he would have wasted Han Fei's healing divine light. It was said that during that month, Feng Xingliu was tortured by Feng Yu for a month. It was said that Feng Xingliu received temporary special training to improve his combat ability. During this period, Han Fei visited him several times, but he was kicked out by Feng Xingliu in less than 100 minutes each time. When he was kicked out, Feng Xingliu kept saying that he was practicing his resistance. If he hadn't disdained to fight Feng Yu would have been beaten to the ground. Seeing Feng Xingliu, Han Fei was surprised. "Hey, you were released?" Feng Xingliu said angrily, "What do you mean I was released? I asked her to beat me. It's body tempering. Believe it or not, if she had 2 hands, I would have come out half a month earlier." Hee. Han Fei thought to himself, "You're shameless. If you had 2 hands, you would have been beaten to tears." Han Fei didn't bother to expose Feng Xingliu's mysterious vanity. He asked suspiciously, "Where did your friends come from? Haven't you been, well, body tempering these days?" Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei deeply. "Have you forgotten that I used to be the most handsome boy on Fighting Dragon Street? I didn't have any friends. But half a month ago, a bunch of invitations came out of nowhere. Alas, I wandered around the divine capital dynasty in the past half a month, met a lot of people, and earned a lot of resources." "Wait, you said you earned a lot of resources? How did you earn them?" Han Fei was immediately interested. Although he wasn't short of resources, he was curious when he heard that Feng Xingliu could earn resources on his own. With Feng Xing Lu's stupidity, how could he possibly make any money without his guidance? Feng Xingliu chuckled. I earned it from the casino, some from the Fighting Dragon Street, and some from other casinos. Well, some from other people. Han Fei was confused. From other people? Why didn't they give it to me? Feng Xingliu immediately said, Let's earn resources together. How could I forget you? Today I invited them over for hot pot, so I invited you guys as well. I heard that they all want to give you resources. Huh. Han Fei was stunned. Wait, someone is going to give me resources. Was he hit in the head by an iron-head fish? Feng Xingliu asked, What is an iron-head fish? Is it very powerful? It's a kind of iron-headed fish that can break a person's head with a single bump. Feng Xing couldn't help but be surprised. So powerful? Next time, I'll ask my family to look for it and see for themselves. Let's go. After eating hot pot, let's go to the casino and have some fun. Han Fei was speechless. What had this idiot been doing recently? After a while, Han Fei came to Feng Xing Lu's courtyard, but Feng Qingqing was not there because Feng Qingqing was participating in the Pioneer Sea Realm competition. Feng wasn't around either. She seemed to be quite close to that Princess Lanqin from the godly capital dynasty. Apart from occasionally coming over to chat with him, she would run over to Princess Lanqin's side. So, maybe after Feng finished training Feng Xinglu, she didn't pay attention to this guy anymore, so he became arrogant. Hardly had Han Fei arrived at the yard of the Phoenix Star School when he saw a bunch of foppish young men. Some are flirting with female cultivators, some are playing dice and drinking, and the most incredible thing was that a group of them was smoking with a big pipe. Han Fei was stunned. Was there even a pipe here? But after a closer look, he found that something was wrong. Although they were pipes, they contained a kind of liquid that could be burned. At this moment, it was burning with a pale golden halo, and when it was inhaled, it would spurt out a cloud of golden mist. It looked very coquettish. Han Fei was fascinated. What's that? Feng Xing Lu smiled mysteriously and took out a big pipe for Han Fei. This is very good. It's called Life of Luxury. It's said that it's made of the golden bark of a Pioneer Sea Realm cultivator. When you inhale it, you'll feel refreshed. Oh, Xingliu is back. Hey, fellow cultivator Han Fei is here. Come on, come on. Han Fei. In the next moment, a group of beautiful female cultivators was released from the source stars. Someone pointed at Han Fei and said, Go, serve fellow cultivator Han well, or you won't want to see the consequences. Someone shouted, Come on, fellow cultivator Han Fei has come. Where are the resources we prepared? Take them out. Then someone took out an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure, which Han Fei was dumbfounded. Someone fished out an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure rod. But why was the end of the rod in the shape of a little hand? Han Fei asked, Wait, what's this? The girl ran over and scratched Han Fei with her little hand. Brother Fei, it's ticklish. It's so comfortable. You can strengthen your body by scratching it often. Pooh! Damn it! It was the first time that Han Fei knew that someone in the Pioneer Sea Realm could strengthen his body by tickling him. On the other side, someone brought over a folding fan and opened it in front of Han Fei, on which the words "First on the Heavenly Roll" were engraved. More importantly, this fan was an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Han Fei was even more dazzled by the words, "First on the Heavenly Roll." Another folding fan unfolded next to him. Han Fei turned his head and looked at it, only to see the words, "Number 1 Warrior of the Fighting Dragon Street" engraved on it. Feng Xingliu proudly showed off in front of Han Fei and took a puff of the golden smoke. He opened his mouth and spewed out a cloud of dazzling golden mist, but mainly on Han Fei's face. At that moment, Han Fei's eyelids twitched violently, and he saw him snatch away Feng Xing Lu's fan, the Dolong Street's number 1 warrior fan, and swing it down. Bam! I'll make you the #1 warrior of the Fighting Dragon Street. Bam! I'll make you blow smoke in my face. Bam! I'll make you have 2F** king beauties. Bam! I'll make you eat hot pot. Han Fei activated the Tao of Time, and Feng Xingliu had no time to react. Ouch! 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 Let's talk! Han Fei, don't go too far. If you slap me again, I'll lose my temper. Bam! I'll make you lose your temper. Han Fei released his killing intent, and the rich kids who were laughing and showing off their treasures a moment ago were stunned the next moment. What's going on? Didn't Feng Xingliu say that Han Fei was easy to get along with? Is he easy to get along with? Didn't he lose his temper just like that? Someone's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately shouted, "A bunch of idiots, look at what you're holding. Here's mine." With that said, the man took out a small world and said, "Brother Fei, this is only 200,000 square kilometers of resources. Please accept it." Han Fei was about to slap him in the face, but he held back when he heard that it was 200,000 square kilometers of resources. However, Han Fei wasn't as impatient as Feng Xingliu. He didn't even look at the 300,000 square kilometers of resources, but looked at the messy people in Feng Xingliu's yard with a cold face. First, all the Pioneer Sea Realm cultivators disappear. The rich kids were stunned. Pioneer Sea Realm? Only the female cultivators were in the Pioneer Sea Realm. Immediately, they realized that Brother Fei didn't like women. Someone shouted, "Hurry up! Come to my natal stars. I'll break your legs if you're too slow." Wait, the young man who wanted to take them into the Origin Sea was stunned, wondering if Han Fei was going back on his words. Han Fei said, "Don't take back the natal stars. Let them be free. Go, go, go." Han Fei glanced at them just now. Although the female cultivators were all different, their eyes were lifeless. Besides, as cultivators who wanted to live like this, free, the female cultivators were all shocked. They all raised their heads and looked at Han Fei with indescribable light in their eyes. The rich kid who was stared at by Han Fei felt sorry and hurried to say, "Brother Fei, I'll listen to you. You're so lucky today. Why don't you thank Brother Fei?" Thank you, Brother Fei." Han Fei waved his hand. "Don't call me a gangster." The rich kid took out a dozen bloodstones and threw them to the female cultivators. Then he urged, "Let's go. Can't you see we're busy here?" At this moment, he had no time to care about the female cultivators. He could find women any time, but he couldn't afford to offend them now. After the female cultivators left, Han Fei asked casually, "What's your name?" The rich kid who let go of the female cultivators chuckled. "Brother Fei, my name is Chao Meng." "Chao Meng?" Han Fei thought to himself, "It seems that there's a Chao family in the divine capital dynasty too." Chao Zhen was a common surname. Duh. At this moment, the man squeezed out another word. Han Fei couldn't help but tilt his head. "Wait, do you have to pronounce your name separately?" Chao Mengda smiled awkwardly. "I was too nervous just now and forgot the last word." Han Fei didn't know what to say. "Chao Mengda? Why don't you call yourself Chao Mengda?" Han Fei looked around and found that there were 13 rich kids here in total. Including Feng Xingliu, there would be 14 of them. It was a good thing that Feng Xingliu wasn't born in the divine capital dynasty. Otherwise, he would have been crippled. Han Fei said, "Just say it. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't smoke, scratch, or call yourself the best warrior of the Fighting Dragon Street." Chapter 2349. As the saying went, don't slap a smiling face. The attitude of these rich playboys was too good. Although the gifts were not very good, at least Han Fei was sure that these people were very rich. He casually took out an ultra-quality, sea-quelling, bizarre treasure and 200,000 square kilometers worth of resources. Clearly, he wanted something from him. Han Fei was intrigued. They were asking for his help with resources. Wasn't it better than hunting in the wilderness? although he was very rich right now. Who would complain about having too many resources? Besides, he was establishing Earth veins and giving birth to stellar cores. After forming the astral core, he still had to refine his body and find a way to refine enough golden jade essence. He even had to prepare a batch of resources to supply the 6th divine pill in the demon refining gourd. Both of those required resources. There were 14 guys here in total. He had to see what they wanted him and Feng Xingliu to do. If each of them could provide 200,000 kilometers worth of resources, he might be willing to help. However, he was at least at the peak of the star transformation realm, so he had to be cold. Han Fei said casually, "If there's nothing else, you can go now." Feng Xingliu felt a little embarrassed. He said, "Han Fei, Brother Chao, and the others are here to make friends. Don't keep them at arm's length." Someone echoed, Yes, we all admire Brother Fei and are here to make friends with you." However, Han Fei sneered, "If you tell the truth, we can still talk. If you don't, there's no need to talk. Make friends with you? With these?" Han Fei grabbed the long pipe that one of them gave him and waved it. "What, do you want me to be like you?" Han Fei didn't give them any face. With his current strength, at least in the divine capital dynasty, he didn't have to give face to many people. Many people exchanged glances and seemed to have decided something. Immediately, the guy who was going to give Han Fei money chuckled and said, "Brother Fei, we do have a small request, but rest assured. For Brother Fei and Brother Xingliu, it's very simple." Seeing that Han Fei still didn't respond, he quickly added, "We're willing to offer 200,000 kilometers of resources each. I'm going to give Brother Fei and Brother Stellar each 200,000 kilometers of resources." Han Fei's heart did a flip. If it was double, it would be a lot of money. When Feng Xingliu heard this, his expression immediately changed, and he said, "You and I are brothers. How can I—" Bang! Han Fei slapped Feng Xingliu's head with his fan and spoke to him telepathically. "How can you be so shameless? Do you really think he's your brother? I just need your help with something. We're all rich people. Why do I need you to pretend to be rich?" Struck by Han Fei's fan, Feng Xingliu fell silent, thinking that he had been careless. Han Fei had always been a money grubber, so he was very good at making money. He should have followed Han Fei's example, but in the heat of the moment he realized that he had fallen into their flattery these days. Feng Xingliu felt that he must have forgotten about it. He had completely forgotten about the way he acted just now. Hearing that they were going to pay, Han Fei couldn't help but grin. "Is that so? What's your name?" The man hurried to say, "Luo Dafei, from the Luo family of the divine capital dynasty." "Brother Fei, please listen to us. It's really not a big deal." Han Fei grinned. He remembered that Qin Yi once told him that there were many big clans and forces in the divine capital dynasty. Among them, there seemed to be the Luo family, the Wu family, the Li family, the Zhao family. Han Fei said casually, "Let's talk about something first." Luo Dafei's heart did a flip, and he hurried to say, "Brother Fei, here's the thing. We're actually all concubines of the main bloodline. We have no choice. If we weren't fops, how could we have survived until now? But this time, our families demanded that even we have to participate in the 10,000-year competition. So, we just want to ask you to help us. As long as you and Brother Stellar are willing to help us, we can negotiate." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "First question, how do you know that I can protect you? Is there a chance of death in this competition?" Immediately, Luo Dafei and the others smiled bitterly. He said, "Brother Fei, you don't know anything. This 10,000-year competition doesn't start directly. You also know that there are too many people participating in the 10,000-year competition. How can it start without eliminating a large number of people? So, there are actually 4 rounds of qualifiers." "4 rounds?" Han Fei frowned. He just heard from Li Xinhao that there were 3 rounds. How did it become 4? One of the playboys said, "The first round is a basic test. It's to get rid of the people in the wilderness who used unknown means or tricks to sneak in, or those who bought the qualification token. However, the elimination rate for this round shouldn't be too high. Although it is a basic test, it can also be regarded as a preliminary. The second round is a mass elimination. There is a preset basic goal. Those who complete the goal within the specified time can enter the next round of qualifiers. But we don't know what the third and fourth rounds are. It is said that they are different from the previous 10,000-year competitions, so we dare not make wild guesses. However, we know that there will definitely be a fight between the contestants during this competition. Because there have been previous competitions, the probability of death is generally about 20%. So Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. With more than 800,000 people at the Heaven Opening State participating in the competition, even after 3 rounds of elimination, a large number of Heaven Opening State powerhouses would be eliminated. 20% of the Heaven Opening State powerhouses would be at least 30,000 or 40,000 Heaven Opening State powerhouses, right? Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. 30 to 40,000 Heaven Opening State experts had died. Just like that, with the cultivation system and difficulty of the Sea Realm, Han Fei believed that there would be such a high probability of death in the Sea Opening State. However, there were definitely no Heaven Opening State powerhouses. After all, Heaven Opening State powerhouses were not cabbages. Even in the Scavenger City, how many Heaven Opening State powerhouses were there? From the city to the so-called boundless mining area, there might be only about 400 people in total. Assuming that each of the 3 major forces in the chaotic wasteland had so many Heaven Opening State powerhouses, there would be more than 1,000 Heaven Opening State powerhouses. Even in the entire East Sea Divine Continent, there might be countless Heaven Opening State powerhouses in many forces. However, it was too terrifying to lose 30,000 or 40,000 at once. Therefore, Han Fei's first reaction was that it was impossible. Then he thought about it again and continued to be sure. The Heaven Opening competition only happened once every 100,000 years. It was impossible for so many people to die. The reason why he came to this conclusion was naturally because of the ominous sign that the Temple of Time had shown him. Heaven Opening State powerhouses were not cabbages. God knew how long it would take for a cultivator to grow to the Heaven Opening State. Others might not know the secret, but it was impossible for the Dongwu Great Emperor not to know. As an absolute powerhouse who could suppress the entire East Sea Divine Continent, Han Fei had reason to believe that the Dongwu Great Emperor must know something. However, Han Fei didn't say his thoughts out loud. He just said, "So you came to me and Feng Xing Lu to protect you?" Luo Dafei immediately smiled flatteringly. Yes, that's it." Han Fei smiled and said, "Then let me ask you a question. Is there anyone in your respective clans who wants your life? I suggest you answer this question seriously. Although you are all foppish, you should know that once it involves your clan, the price is different. If you don't say it now, don't say that you took money but didn't help." All of a sudden, the foppish youths heard 2 things. One was that their own safety would not affect their clan, and the other was that Han Fei seemed to be willing to help them. Everyone was silent for a while, and then one of the foppish youths said, "Brother Fei, my name is Wu Bufan. To be honest, someone from the main bloodline does want to get rid of me. If they really come, I promise to double the resources I give Brother Fei. If Brother Fei can help me get rid of the person who wants to get rid of me, I can double the resources I give Brother Fei." Han Fei smiled contemptuously. "Don't try to double my price again and again. 200,000 kilometers, 3 times wasn't much. If there really is a life and death battle, I can give you a certain amount of protection. It's purely to protect 200,000 kilometers of resources. If someone comes to kill you, 300,000 kilometers of resources will be needed. If you want to kill the person behind the scenes, 500,000 kilometers of resources will be needed. However, This does not include the fight between the core disciples of the big clans. If it's that kind of disciple from the main bloodline, you should know what kind of anger I will face from those big clans if I kill him, right? So if it's that kind of 1,000,000 kilometers of resources, then Han Fei raised the pipe in his hand, put it to his mouth, and took a puff. Hoo-ha! A mouthful of golden mist came out of his mouth and nose. At this moment, Han Fei was calm and casual. He set a price for the core disciple of the main bloodline of the big clans. It tastes good. Han Fei complimented. Except for Feng Xingliu, all the foppish youths here were shocked. After a while, Chao Mingde suddenly said, "Brother Fei, then, what if it's the heir of the main bloodline?" Everyone couldn't help but look at Chao Mingde, thinking you're really bold. Hoo-ha! Han Fei took another puff of the big pipe and pondered for a moment. If it's really the heir, do you think he won't have any protectors? That's a special case. The price depends on the person. Don't give me an opponent on the level of Yi Qianqing. I don't think you can afford it. Everyone. Chapter 2350. Lunatic. When Han Fei put a price tag on everything, these rich kids thought that Han Fei was crazy. Not only did this guy offend the heavenly clans, but he also agreed to spend money to help them eliminate disasters. It seemed that Han Fei didn't care how big the trouble he caused was. God knew if he was crazy or confident that he could compete with the forces of the divine capital dynasty. Unfortunately, Han Fei's price was not low. Although they were all children of big clans, it was ridiculous for them to offer 1,000,000 kilometers of resources at once. Therefore, it was easy for them to find Han Fei as their bodyguard. If Han Fei helped them, they might not be able to offer 500,000 kilometers of resources for the one-stop service. It could only be said that their economic level could at most afford Han Fei's ordinary one-stop service. Although they would like to offer 1,000,000 kilometers of resources and ask Han Fei to help them eliminate someone in their clan, they didn't have the financial power to do so. Han Fei turned his head to look at Luo Defei, who was holding 200,000 kilometers of resources, and said casually, "Leave the resources. You can come to me and Feng Xingliu later. Now go back and think about it." Han Fei looked around indifferently, not giving these people a chance to refute. These good-for-nothings, at least for now, were only second-rate goods. In fact, they couldn't even be considered second-rate goods. The reason why they befriended Feng Xingliu was that he and Han Fei were good at fighting. Since the two of them had fought their way through the Fighting Dragon Street, they had already made enemies with many rich kids. As the saying went, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So they all wanted to try their luck with Han Fei, but they didn't expect that Han Fei's appetite was so big that they couldn't afford it. Of course, in any case, these rich kids each left at least 200,000 kilometers of resources. Luo Dafei said, "Well, Brother Fei, you guys take a rest. I'll go first." Chao Mingde nodded. "Then we won't disturb Brother Fei and Brother Xingliu." After everyone left, Feng Xingliu couldn't help but say, "Actually, I don't think they are very bad." Han Fei sneered. "I'm not saying that they are bad, but that they are hopeless. I gave them a chance just now. If anyone has the guts, they can cooperate with me and directly kill some of the core members of the main bloodline. Whether it's resources or not, we can talk about it. The most important thing is that he will have more power in the future. Why would I make things difficult for them for such a small amount of resources?" Feng Xingliu, what do you mean? I don't understand. What I mean is I don't see that they are qualified to achieve great things, nor do they have the ambition. They're just pure playboys. Even though that was what he said, he wasn't too sure. After all, the cultivation of these profligate young masters wasn't low, and they were very sly. Playboys and what-not, they were all drama queens, but he didn't care about it now. 5 days later, there was only 1 day left until the start of the 10,000-year competition. At this time, the schedule of the 10,000-year grand competition was finally announced. The Venerable Realm Sea Expansion Realm and Heaven Creation Realm competitions were held on 3 adjacent islands. It was said that the first round was a basic test, because there were too many people. Therefore, even the first round of the basic test would last as long as 3 days. Besides, after the announcement was issued, one thing was made clear. That was, the first few rounds of the qualifiers of the 10,000-year competition were all qualification eliminations, and there was no need to watch the battles. Therefore, the qualifiers were not allowed to watch the battles. Because of this announcement, there was a rumor that at least 90% of the participants would be eliminated in the first 4 rounds of the basic test. Such a high elimination rate made many people nervous, because the first 2 rounds were purely a test of strength. Once eliminated, it was enough to prove the talent of most people. No matter how these people broke through all the obstacles to get the qualification token and appeared here, the basic test could best reflect the gap between them. On the second day, in the expectation of the crowd, Han Fei and Feng Xing Lu went to the number 101 island together for the test. Han Fei didn't go with Feng Yu. Although everyone didn't know their identities, the Phoenix clan couldn't all have a close relationship with Han Fei. Otherwise, it would only cause people to misunderstand that Han Fei seemed to have a deep relationship with the Phoenix clan. Also, the reason why Han Fei didn't want to be too close to Feng Yu was that he was worried that the people of the Temple of Time would find out something. Swish, 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 when Han Fei and the others rushed to the number 101 island. They found that it was already overcrowded. In the case of a super large group test, even the heaven opening state cultivators had to follow the rules and queue up obediently. However, the order of the queue was particular. Everyone lined up according to the number of the qualification token. Han Fei's qualification token showed number 306, which was the 306th tester in front of him. With this number, he didn't have to wait a long time for his turn to take the test like most people. When Han Fei stood at number 306, he naturally noticed Feng Yu and the others. In addition to Feng Yu, there were some people he knew here, such as Wu Shuang and Wang Beichen. There were also some people who weren't in the front, such as the 6th Lord of the Scavenger City, Qi Tong Hai. As for the others, Han Fei didn't know them, but obviously, some of them were malicious to him. Han Fei looked over calmly and smiled. He didn't walk around much in the divine capital dynasty. After all, he had only been here for 2 months. His only high-profile act was the provocative act of breaking through the Fighting Dragon Street. Therefore, these people who hated him were either from the Tian clan or some rich playboys on the Fighting Dragon Street who had their heads hit by iron-headed fish. But no matter which one it was, Han Fei didn't care. From the first time he heard the news of the 10,000-year competition in the Scavenger City, Han Fei knew that this was not just an opportunity to compete. Compared to the divine land of the East Ocean, the Scavenger City was too small, and the 100,000-year competition gathered the heroes of the world. Only in this place could one get a real test of their strength. At this moment, the number 101 island spanned more than 330,000 kilometers. It was not a residential island. This seemed to be a trial island, specially used for training talents. This island was a bit like Han Xian's 9-palace heaven, with many trial grounds. Of course, most of these trial grounds were not prepared for the heaven-opening state. At present, there were more than 700,000 heaven-opening state powerhouses waiting in line here. There was only about half an hour left before the first round of the qualifiers began. In any large-scale competition, screening people was a troublesome thing. There wasn't much fun to be had during the screening process. In front of Han Fei and the others, there was a huge octagonal tower. Its height was more than 1,000,000 feet, and its width was more than 12,000 feet. The tower was completely black, with no doors or windows, only the shape of the tower. Above the first floor, the tower was shrouded by a boundary, and after 10 floors, Han Fei couldn't see it. There were 8 doors to enter the tower, which should be able to screen 8 people at a time. The further they went, the fewer people came. One after another, the number of people reached more than 750,000, but less than 800,000. It seemed that the number of heaven-opening state participants in this 100,000-year competition was a little less than he thought. After all, from the numbers he heard when he first came, Han Fei felt that the number of people was probably going to be in the millions. At that time, he was surprised that there were 1 million heaven-opening state cultivators. What a huge force! But now it seemed that the number was almost 800,000. Now it seemed that the Dongwu Emperor might have only issued 800,000 heaven-opening state qualification tokens. Half an hour was about to pass. A staff member reminded, "Attention, contestants, the test will start in 10 seconds. Because this is a huge task, I hope you can arrange it in order." At this moment, in Han Fei's perception, a man wearing a starfish mask suddenly appeared. The contestants in the front were all extremely powerful. Han Fei noticed that someone was coming, and so did the others. However, this man wearing a starfish mask went straight to where Feng Yu was. Many people were shocked, thinking that this person must be extraordinary. How did he make it to the top 100? This guy walked slowly and casually. Less than 5 seconds after the start of the qualifier, he finally walked in front of Feng Yu. While everyone was guessing, this person took off the starfish mask on his face, revealing a mysterious man who seemed to be a little arrogant, but seemed to have a faint smile on his face. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, F***CK, the divine list Zhao Qinglong. What? The Zhao Qingsa who is ranked 10th on the divine list? How could it be? Why does the divine list want to participate in this 10,000-year competition? Isn't it easy for people of their level to come here? No, even if it's just the last place on the divine list, there's no need to compete with us, right? Someone's eyes darkened. Zhao Qinglong just entered the divine list more than 300 years ago. I'm afraid he only needs some resources to reach the Tao-proving realm. I'm afraid this guy is just here for the rewards of the 100,000-year competition, right? One is ranked 10th on the divine list, and the other is ranked 1st on the heavenly list. How? How can we pass this 10,000-year competition? Zhao Qinglong came to Feng Yu, took off the starfish mask, and thought for a moment. I didn't want to participate, but unfortunately I don't have enough resources. I have no choice but to come and get some resources. Feng Yu said lightly, do it yourself. Hey, don't blame me for not reminding you. Be careful. Chapter 2351. The corners of Zhao Qinglong's mouth rose slightly and he smiled. When the time for the first round of the preliminaries was right, he took the lead and walked towards the black tower. Han Fei looked at it from a distance, wondering how to pass the test. However, to Han Fei's surprise, Zhao Qinglong only went in for less than 2 seconds before he walked out again. And on the huge and tall tower gate, green light appeared. At this time, the trial referee said, "In the first round of the preliminaries, green light represents successful advancement, and red light represents elimination. Now, the contestants, please enter the tower in turn." For a moment, many people were surprised and then relieved. It was just the first round of the preliminaries. So many people were waiting to take the test, so the speed of the test must be very fast. Following that, Feng Yu walked in, and as expected, in less than 2 breaths of time, Feng Yu had already come out. Then 1, 2, 3. When it was Han Fei's turn, almost half an hour had passed. Before Han Fei, of course, no one would fail the challenge, because in the ranking range where Han Fei was, most of the contestants were famous and strong. Their basic combat power was mostly at the late stage of the star condensation stage. In this case, how could anyone fail the challenge in the first round? When it was Han Fei's turn, he didn't waste any time and stepped into the tower gate. As soon as he entered here, Han Fei found that the space here was abnormal. There was the great way of time here, which extended the time in this place to a certain extent. Because there was no comparison, Han Fei didn't know how many times the time was. In addition to the Great Way of Time, the gravity here was 10,000 times that of the outside world. He couldn't borrow the power of the heavenly way here. This place seemed to suppress the power of the soul, and there was no power in the void to borrow. He couldn't connect to the natal stars here, but it seemed that he could summon spiritual beasts. This was a sea area. Han Fei was standing on the sea and facing the monstrous waves of tens of thousands of meters high. The huge waves were about to crash down, and as the waves got closer and closer, the pressure his soul felt became greater and greater. It seemed that this tide contained some kind of pressure of the Great Way. But Han Fei had seen all kinds of storms and waves. He immediately saw a pearl of light in the middle of the huge wave. When he saw that thing, Han Fei knew the elimination method of the first round of the preliminaries. This space was suppressed by the Great Tao. Under this gravity that was tens of thousands of times stronger, the participants had to rely on their own strength to break through the waves and grab the pearl of light at the fastest speed. Don't think that it's just a simple test. He's the first to test your speed. Because of the gravity here and the lack of strength in all aspects, your normal explosive speed is definitely not that fast. Apart from speed, the preliminaries also tested one's observation, strength, soul, resistance, physical strength, and many other aspects. Therefore, although he was simple and crude, he was also the most direct. It was a test of one's basic strength. If one couldn't even reach the basic strength, then there was no need to participate in the 10,000-year grand competition. However, Han Fei's physique, soul, and speed were all beyond what a normal person should have. So even if he didn't do anything, he came to the front of the tide in an instant. Bang! Punching through the tsunami. Han Fei grabbed the bead backhandedly. The bead of light appeared in Han Fei's hand, then turned into a ray of light and melted into the qualification token. A faint pattern appeared on the qualification token, indicating that he had passed the first round of the preliminaries. When this bead of light was grabbed, everything here returned to normal, and Han Fei was directly teleported to their door, stepping out of the Black Tower with one step. At this time, a green light appeared above his head, and Feng Xingliu's voice also came to Han Fei's ears. It's been less than 2 seconds. Are you going to wait for me? Looking at Feng Xingliu's ranking, Han Fei smiled faintly. I'll wait for you back. Feng Xingliu. The first round of the preliminaries was too boring. The purpose was too simple. In the past 3 days, Han Fei lay in his yard and cultivated in seclusion. In fact, he was just lying there and waiting for his natal stars to stop shaking. However, Han Fei underestimated the impact of his energy last time. Even now, the earthquake was still shaking. Obviously, he didn't create the earth veins at that time. His action of returning to the origin caused a lot of energy to be released. 40 years had passed on his natal star. Although the magnitude of the earthquakes was smaller, Han Fei estimated that it would take another few decades. Therefore, it was impossible for him to build the mother lode in a hurry. But fortunately, the 100,000-year competition would last for a long time. It took 3 days for such a simple first round of preliminaries. Then the difficulty of the second round would definitely be increased a lot, or it wouldn't be able to screen people at all. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that the increase in difficulty of the second round would inevitably lead to the extension of the competition time. Of course, if hundreds of thousands of people participated together, it would be a different story. 3 days later, the final screening result of the first round of preliminaries came out. The elimination rate was only 8%, less than 10%. This also meant that those who could go through so many dangers and reach the divine capital dynasty were more or less capable. This was because among the 8% that were eliminated, only God knew how many of them were the ones who bought the qualification badges later. These people who bought the qualification badges were actually just buying a ticket. They didn't care whether they participated or not. They mainly wanted to see. Therefore, it didn't matter if they were eliminated in the first round. Besides, Han Fei estimated that he might not be able to eliminate all these people in the first round. After all, Those who were born in the divine capital dynasty were not weak chickens with no abilities. In contrast, the elimination rate of the Pioneer Sea Realm and the Venerable Realm was much higher. About 14% of the Pioneer Sea Realm were eliminated, less than 15%, and the Venerable Realm directly eliminated 18%. But there were too many Venerables in this world. It was said that this 18% was as many as millions of people. On the fourth day, all the contestants continued to gather on island number 101. It was still the Black Tower, but this time it was different from the last time. The referee of the major competition said, "The second round of preliminaries Tower Challenge. Only the top 50% of the contestants with comprehensive strength will be selected. The second round of preliminaries will start in half an hour. This round of preliminaries will last for 3 months." Wow, the elimination rate has reached 50%? 3 months is so long. 2-1. The real major competition of 10,000 years has begun. Many people were shocked. What did the elimination rate of 50% mean? As long as they successfully advanced, it meant that they had eliminated the middle-upper level contestants in this round. And the middle-upper level contestants in the major competition of 10,000 years were equivalent to the upper level in the wilderness, whether it was to fight for a ranking or to prove their strength. In this round, most people would go all out. Han Fei frowned slightly. It took 3 months, which was not short. And the referee didn't mention hunting, so it could be seen that this round didn't involve conflicts between the contestants. And this was probably a large-scale comprehensive test, with everyone taking the test together. Half an hour later, the Black Tower and the octagonal gate opened at the same time, and a huge teleportation array burst out from the tower gate. The referee shouted, "All contestants, quickly enter the tower. The second round of preliminaries officially begins." Because Han Fei's ranking was very high, he didn't need to wait. He was the first to be teleported in. After coming in, he found that he was also in a wave. As far as he could see, it was a crab crawling on the surface of the sea. As he scanned with his perception, there was only this crab within a range of about 80,000 kilometers. Hunting crabs? In Han Fei's and even many people's minds, the preliminaries were meaningless. The 4 rounds of preliminaries were just to continuously filter out the true participants who were qualified to participate in the competition. When this hill-like crab appeared, Han Fei knew that this was a simulated battlefield. He even suspected that this was an illusion, but so far he hadn't found any trace of an illusion. Han Fei just sensed the crab's power. After all, it had just entered the heaven-opening state. At this moment, the crab's claws rushed towards Han Fei like a phantom. Wherever it passed, a faint black mark appeared on the sea. When it was still more than 3,000 kilometers away from Han Fei, the 2 giant pincers were raised, but the crab smashed them down like hammers. Thud! Han Fei just raised his hand casually, and the seawater under his feet sank dozens of kilometers. But Han Fei didn't move at all. Instead, cracks appeared on the 2 pincers. Bam! Han Fei gave a backhand punch. It was just an ordinary punch, and the 2 giant pincers were smashed into pieces. This crab was punched through by Han Fei, but Han Fei didn't feel happy at all. 3 months? Such a long screening couldn't be so simple. After punching through the crab, a teleportation array appeared where the crab disappeared. When Han Fei stepped into the teleportation array and was sent to a sea, he saw a jellyfish. The jellyfish on the second floor was obviously stronger than the crab on the first floor. Its strength was about 10% stronger, and its attack method was to release poisonous mist and its weird tentacles, like vines all over the sea, like the means of a manipulator. Similarly, Han Fei smashed the jellyfish with a single blow with the million knife art. On the third floor, Han Fei encountered a sea urchin, which was about 1 level stronger than the one on the second floor. At this time, Han Fei felt something was wrong. Didn't the creatures on each floor grow a bit stronger? According to such a growth rate, Han Fei estimated that he wouldn't be able to defeat them if he went up a few dozen floors.